Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Vinita George, head of the Department of Audiology and Speech-Language Pathology at NISH. I warmly welcome you all to the third and final day of EMPOWER 2024. It has been an incredible experience over the past 2 days, filled with inspiring talks, insightful discussions, and great networking opportunities. I hope all of you have enjoyed it as much as I have. Today, we have an exciting lineup of keynote sessions, invited talks, panel discussions, scientific paper presentations, and exhibitors' presentations, which will be held in the 3 venues in this building, which is the Marigold Hall on the ground floor, the Tulip Hall, and Daksha Hall on the 5th floor. We begin with the programs for today with 2 keynote addresses, and we are honored to have Mr. Manohar Swaminathan, who will be chairing this session. Mr. Manohar is a senior principal researcher at Microsoft Research, focusing on virtual and augmented reality technologies. With a rich background in research, academia, and entrepreneurship, he was part of the team that invented the Simputer and received the first Devang Mehta Award for Innovation in IT from the Government of India. Additionally, he co-founded several companies, including Picopeta Simputers and Limberling Technologies, and he also serves as a mentor for startups. We are very fortunate that Mr. Manohar would be delivering the first keynote address on behalf of Professor Anita Ghai, who unfortunately could not join us today due to a sudden health issue, and so she has entrusted her presentation to Mr. Manohar. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Manohar Swaminathan for the keynote address and to chair the other keynote session for today by Dr. Arun Panyappan. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. It's indeed a pleasure to be here. It's like I'm in the situation of where there is a comedian and then there is a main show, and then the main actor hasn't shown up, so they said, comedian, you better run the whole show. But it's indeed a privilege for me to make a presentation on Professor Anita Ghai's behalf. It's so unfortunate that she couldn't come in person, but she was kind enough to send in the presentation, and so I was sitting up this morning trying to make sure I can present it to you in a way that makes sense for all of us. So the introduction to Professor Anita Ghai will be as here. She's a retired dean and a professor at the School of Human Studies at B.R. Ambedkar University. Her research focuses on critical disability studies, care, gender, and sexuality with a feminist and disability theory perspective. She has authored and edited multiple works, including Rethinking Disability in India. And so I'm going to So the way I'm presenting this is, Professor Ghai had got her presentation ready as a talk, and she shared the talk with me. And if she had come here, she would have presented the talk after the introduction that I just gave, and we would have had a personal experience with Professor Ghai. Instead, what I thought was, I'll start with some excerpts from her autobiography, which forms the first chapter of the book that is mentioned here. And that will give you a much wider context to her talk itself. And the talk itself, I'm going to kind of abridge, present some short quotes from it to convey the context so that you get a much better understanding of the talk. Okay? So this introduction, this is the short bio, which is what we already presented, but the excerpts from her biographical note are a lot more interesting and engaging. So let me just start with, so when I make my own comments, I'll say my comment. Otherwise, I'm just quoting from Professor Ghai's work. I have no memory of an able body. Hence, the world that I registered gave me a message that to be disabled is to be defective. It's a place where disability may be endured, but in a conclusive analysis, it is intrinsically disapproved of. Not surprising, therefore, that it took me a long time to own my polio and disabled body and accept that I was disabled but not defective. My family and I have spent an unwarranted amount of time attempting to be cured of the disease. While I was not left out in the familial interactions, the discourse within the family as well as relatives and friends was of curing the poor girl. Forgive my Hindi. Itni soni hai par dekho na kismat ko. She's so pretty, but look at her luck, was what I have grown up hearing. Disability records not only the pain and anguish of disabled lives, but families and their disabled children both learn to resist the stigma of disability. My family was equally affected by the polio story, and the theme song was Quest, that is, searching for cures of every kind. Cure from pain and suffering has been a major preoccupation of Indian society across the 56 years of my life. She was 56 when she wrote this, but now she's 60 plus. I have negotiated with shamans, gurus, ojas, tantric priests, and faith healers, as well as miracle cures, all to ensure that I could become an able-bodied person finally. My first recollection is when, as a child, I was buried neck deep in one such curative mud at the tender age of 8 during a solar eclipse. Having reconciled themselves to the permanency of my condition, my parents turned with equal single-mindedness towards my education and career. Both spoilt and coddled, I looked upon polio as my cross to bear and as a gift. So I'm taking excerpts from the paper, so it won't be continuous, but I thought it will give you a sense of the whole life journey of Professor Guy. In retrospect, I think that neither my family nor my colleagues and friends pitied me. This is important as pity can impact in many debilitating ways. It can result in a life of complete dependency. Being pitied can also lead to a sense of low self-worth and a lot of bitterness, which I have seen in people with some form of disability. And this bitterness colors everything in their lives. Obsessed with the notion of overcoming, unlike the expected social norm of submission to my condition, I refused using assistive devices such as the wheelchair. At that stage, I even looked at crutches as a sign of defeat, of not overcoming polio, and as something to be avoided at all costs. Towards the end of 1980, I came into contact with the early understanding of the difference between impairment, disability, and handicap, and finally, the disability rights movement. Helped me survive the overriding polio narrative of overcoming and adopting the identity of the disability rights activist. This enhanced my sense of independence and personhood. After I started driving the hand-driven car, my mobility pattern got transformed. I was elated. However, the aftermath of the post-polio syndrome mandated the use of a wheelchair. The reality of my driving, conversely, is contingent on caretakers to assist me in getting my wheelchair out of the car. For a stranger, this transgression is very difficult to understand. One moment, you are autonomous, able to deal with life. The next, you are at the mercy of the caretaker, enhancing the experience of helplessness. Poise or self-respect is therefore always at stake. There I am, out in the world driving, competing with the speed and zeal of the non-disabled, and immediately a flat tire can turn me into a pathetic cripple. This is around 1980. Just as I was beginning to find peace with the challenges of disability, another shock came along in the form of rheumatic heart disease, followed by over the years of several medical episodes that have not just challenged my own being, but also raised many questions about the power and status of the medical profession, as well as healthcare for the disabled. She had 2 open heart surgeries subsequently. I will not go into lots of details about the experience of being under the control of somebody else. Your whole body is not yours anymore, and so on. It's very compelling writing. However, it was not the end of my medical journey. Having gone to a health conference, I decided to go for a mammogram. The senior doctor requested me to take another test. By the time I was frightened and vulnerable, a scared child concealed in the tired body of a woman pretending to be self-assured. The test report confirmed the fact that I definitely have second-stage breast cancer. Trauma was really an understatement. The report devastated my world. I had no idea about disability coupled with cancer. What I read was about a woman's fear of losing a breast, of losing her hair, of losing her life. There have been times when I took exception to the word survivor. It was funny since I had thought of a litany of terms such as cancer, polio, and mitral valve fighter, an illness soldier, a winner of suffering, among others. However, my internalizations would not allow me to play the victim. I stood up for myself and explained that being disabled with multiple issues is a part of who I am. But of course, it was not easy. Often in literature, disability and cancer serve as a metaphor of social breakdown. But in an autobiography, illness is associated with a unique subjectivity because autobiography serves as a self-reflexive tool that helps to highlight personal experience. As a disability rights scholar, I turned to this methodological tool in the hope to offer a solution that is an alternative to the patronizing and marginalizing caricature by others. So these are excerpts from the autobiography chapter. Now I shift to the talk that Anita was intending to give, which is about critical disability studies. My academic training has been in psychology, but unsurprisingly, given my personal predicaments and existential reality, even my doctoral research was in a field that I then called mentally handicapped. In 2015, I got the opportunity to join the School of Human Studies, in which 3 of my closest affiliations were coexistent: psychology, gender, and disability. Critical disability studies view disability as both a lived reality in which the experiences of people with disabilities are central to interpreting their place in the world, and as a social and political definition based on societal power relations. CDS, we will use CDS for short, is a field that aims to empower disabled people by redefining what it means to be disabled and by challenging society's negative perceptions of disability. Having a voice and taking control of their lives is essential. It helps persons with all types of disabilities achieve their maximum sustainable independence level as contributing, responsible, and equal participants in society. Disability and marginality. Disability, like questions of race, gender, caste, and class, is one of the most challenging topics among scholars who have an interest in marginality. As I've started often, the comprehension and meaning of disability in India is embedded in multiple cultural discourses that are subtly nuanced. Here I will probably digress a bit. India, we have, it's my personal view, when parents think about educating their children, the standard thing is engineering, medicine, business, now economics, right? Humanities, social sciences, literature are all in this downward thing of, why are you going there, why are you going there, why are you going there? And there are no fields of study which are commonly known even. This is disability studies, right? And critical disability studies is the field that Professor Anita Gai has been working for many, many years. It basically says we have to question everything about disability. Critical studies are just that, critical, being critical of enshrined wisdom or whatever has been told as the law. So critical disability studies, even more finer attempt at asking questions about assumed realities in life. And so it's very important that Anita basically says, don't slot me as an activist. I'm a scholar. I'm a disability studies scholar. I also do activism and lobby for rights of people with disabilities. But my profession is a disability scholar. Okay, so yeah, I finished this. Challenges in defining and practicing CDS. This is Anita back again. What's my own disability? What is my stance as an activist? With what authority can I speak about disability and CDS? And why? Am I speaking with disabled people or about them? What language do I use to describe disability? Who has the power to name and label? How does understanding of CDS exclude others from speaking out? Is disability certification important? Are we in a position negotiating with issues of diagnosis? So these are many questions that one has to keep asking. Intersectionality in CDS. CDS explores how disability intersects with other systems of oppression like race, gender, class, and sexuality. It emphasizes that disability is not just a medical issue, but is deeply embedded in social power structures. CDS research can connect with disability movements such as online communities, blogs, and virtual communities. CDS explores issues of identity, representation, access, citizenship, technology, knowledge, and power. Challenging ableism. Ableism, therefore, describes detrimental attitudes, impaired cognitive functioning, and discriminatory behaviors toward persons with a disability. Disability thus provokes fears and anxieties about able-bodied mortality and very easily renders itself as the other. CDS research can focus on technologies that support and empower individuals and the disability community. For example, smart home technologies can make it easier for people with disabilities to move around their homes. It might be a dream, but still, hope is there. Sexuality and disability. My attempt would be to fortify and shape often inequitable sites of contestation and suggest that disabled women's subjectivities are many more than asexual or hypersexual medical interpretations. As I write elsewhere, 2020, a teacher who taught sexuality to students via psychoanalysis, my selfhood remained isolated from my sexual desires. I experienced my wishes for romance, sex, and love life through Bollywood films and the stars of Bollywood. For me, it was a different ballgame. Whereas other girls enjoyed the wolf whistle and later detested it, I, on the other hand, yearned for the wolf whistle. Soon, I understood that as a disabled person, I did not have the rights to think about dating, intimacy, or romantic relationships, as predominantly North Indian society thought of disabled people as non-sexual. Such a negative mental set was entrenched strongly in disabled men's and women's inner psyche. Deconstructing binaries. CDS challenges the binaries of abled versus disabled, health versus illness, arguing that identities are fluid and context dependent. The speaker emphasizes how CDS dismantles, side note. When I was wondering and worrying about how I'm going to make this presentation, which is a very well articulated document by Professor Anita Gai, a friend who will remain unnamed for now, suggested that I use ChatGPT to give me a summary of what this paper is. And I said, limit it to 10 items. So I thought it did a reasonable job. It gave me some structure. And so, and then I figured that a lot more of the direct quotes are a lot more impactful than the summaries of ChatGPT or anybody else or even mine. And what is left here, so I went back, I did this the whole morning because we came out from the meeting last night, and this is very hard to make a presentation of somebody's really scholarly work with no basic credibility in that area. So I spent the whole morning doing this. I thought the presentation was at 9 o'clock, and so at 8:55, okay, what am I going to do? And it is 9:30, gave me a breather. So here is a summary left over from ChatGPT, okay? So this is the summary. CDS challenges the binaries of abled versus disabled, health versus illness, not bad, arguing that identities are fluid and context dependent. The speaker emphasizes how CDS dismantles rigid categories to push for a more inclusive society. So quote now, deconstruction dislodges the understanding of identity as fixed and definite. The idea of tabs, temporarily able-bodied, though intended as an indicator of the precariousness of human existence, is extremely helpful in destabilizing the binaries of health, ill health, non-disabled, and disabled. Again, one more summary. Broader implications of CDS. CDS is presented as an expansive field that addresses a range of societal issues from healthcare and education to representation and access. It encourages a rethinking of society treats individuals with disabilities. Back to the quote. The subject matter of CDS transforms the understanding of disability from an individual deficit to a complex derivative of social, environmental, and biological forces. CDS exists at the uneven boundaries of the social, concurrently rebellious and celebratory in its insistence that disability is neither tragedy nor inspiration. Okay, so this is where I stop. And what I thought was, given this conference is about empower and participation across diversity of people, maybe there's some space for some of us in the audience to speak up about some of the thoughts here as well as raise questions. So the room is open, so I welcome people to talk about their experiences, their thoughts, and I would attempt to quote moderate as much as I can, and I will also, I'm sure that Professor Anita Gai will be happy to hear back comments to what I have summarized. Yeah. Yes, over there, Professor Amit.
Thank you, Dr. Manohar, for very nicely presenting Dr. Ghai's work. I understand there are many people here who probably don't have a background that Dr. Ghai is trying to bring in here. So just wanted to understand, how would you translate some of these? Let's say the last sentence here. Mm-hmm. Social is concurrently rebellious and celebratory in its insistence that disability is neither a tragedy nor an inspiration. How would something like this translate into a design principle for a assistive technology, let's say product, company, whatever it is?
Yeah. So there are some, so the background again, Professor Amit and myself, and I think even Gaurav is here. 3 years ago, we put together a course on Introduction to Accessibility. That was conducted online with participation from multiple institutions. And that's when, 4 years ago, is when I started reading up, and that's when I encountered Professor Ghai. And part of this reading is that in India and most places, disability is either, you're so sad, what happened, pity, or inspiration. Oh, in spite of this, you have achieved it. And there is one famous person, forget her name, he says, we are not your inspiration. She actually said,
Stella Young. Stella Young. Right?
What was the quote exactly? Said, she coined the term inspiration porn, right? It's about, we are not here to entertain. Don't praise us for getting up in the morning and remembering our name. I mean, that was really stinging remark, right? No, we are human. So this dichotomy they talk about is, it's not tragedy, it's not inspiration. My translation to that is, we are all human, and where we are or we will be disabled at some point in life. All of us, it's true. And so it is about inclusion. So when we think about a design principle, I think inclusion design captures that. You're not designing because, oh, that person is poor, or how can we be as good as this other person. We're saying we are all human with a spectrum of capabilities. And I think this, to me, means that if you're designing, design for everyone. And the last point, again, there is this WHO approved classification called ICF, International Classification of Functioning and Disease. The focus is on functioning. So that's a very nice systematic taxonomy of people's functioning abilities. They range in a spectrum. All of us have different capabilities which range from non-existent to super duper. So every human is unique, and there is nothing to be pitied about a particular condition or to be saying, oh, so inspirational about other conditions. It's a spectrum, and we are human. And so, short answer, inclusion is the principle I would say we need to derive from this statement.
Thank you.
Just again adding to what Amit was saying, and to me the way this translates itself is to sort of get a lowest common denominator of abilities, which is then translated itself into a design requirement, and thus will lead to what you said is an inclusive design.
Yes, yeah. So I think inclusive design, there's another principle in design called design for one and expand to many. So you can't start out for solving for everyone, then you won't solve for anyone. So you have to, for any solution, you fix at what is it we are trying to do, fix it at whatever end you meant, maybe the lowest common denominator, but allow for a whole range of abilities. That way, it is useful for everybody.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. In the backdrop of that particular paragraph, and which Professor Amit brought out, and that's a interesting perspective of, at the same time, how do we rebel and we celebrate? With my limited experience of frugal innovations, which we do at our institute, and from the experience that I have working with these patients, I work with compromised hands. Now, when we undertake designs in the presence of individuals who have these limitations, that is how we can, we have experienced that we can bridge this. Otherwise, if the persons with disability is located at one place and all the designing is happening elsewhere, okay, then these statements will become more stark. But if you have to bridge these things, because we need to take into account their emotional aspirations when we are designing. Okay, and then we, in the designs, will reflect either their, the rebellious or their celebration. Okay, but if it is designed elsewhere and the individual is based elsewhere, and we are just speculating and designing, then these things probably will become more stark. I mean, that is my personal experience. That is how we work at our facility. So the patient is sitting all through the process, continuously giving critical comments, and sometimes encouraging comments, and all these things are getting included, in me as a designer in my thought process. Thank you.
Thank you. So, you mic, please. Yeah, 1 second. Here, and then we can go to Gaurav. So, here in the front. No, this person is coming here.
Brilliant way of presenting for someone. I'm just talking about ableism. When you're talking about ableism, while differently abled people maybe not that strong in the one of the 5 or a couple of the senses, but do you think that a differently abled person has a very strong sensory ability, which is the sixth sense, or these as senses which are able, they are strong enough to counter the weakness in a disabled sense? So therefore, this ableism, can it be linked to that?
No, I think ableism is essentially a very negative perception of anybody who does not fit that person's view of what is normal. So able-bodied people, quote, think that anybody who is different from themselves in a negative way, they look down saying maybe they are not equal, they cannot do this. So ableism is a very negative attitude that pervades society today, unfortunately. Okay? But that includes this common myth and perception, which unfortunately is stereotyped by even government labeling people with disabilities as Divyang, which is people of God or something, which I think is patronizing. People are people. To call somebody special because their limitation in one sensory thing is being paternalistic, saying, oh, you don't have it, so you are specially able, then you feel better. Okay. They have to live with their reality. Whether you call them specially able, gift of God, doesn't matter to them. So that is part of the ableism that pervades in society. And this is really, a lot of writings in Anita talks about family, friends, and so on. Either they say, oh, so sad, or they say, oh, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it, fight for it, without understanding the personal lived experience. So essentially, ableism can be countered if there is empathy about lived experiences of people with disabilities.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Gaurav? That one? Oh, what? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I just have 2 points to make. One is that it's a very profound text that we have just absorbed, and seeing it from a first-person perspective, it even hits you very stronger. So I feel from the lens of assistive technology, there's a very strong need for us to work at a semantic level of technology. For example, when Dr. Anita writes that the use of crutch as a defeat, I think I'm pretty familiar with this whole context. Even an elderly refuses to use a stick at the moment of balance and when a body requires this thing. And that comes from the design of the technology itself. That moment it continues to override the human body, not as an extension of a human body, but as a support need, it creates that stigma in the minds of others. And if you see the way revolution has happened in eyeglasses and spectacles with companies like Lenskart, that today spectacles, which is an assistive device, but has become a fashion statement. And that I'm just giving another citation is from a small example is colors. So when we look at assistive technology and colors, I find there's a huge scope of us to work there, because everything is just black or steel gray or white, and we never see choices happening as extensions of human body, because that is where your culture, your identity, and many other things can get reflected. And there is a huge scope, likewise even for hearing aids. So today we wear AirPods as a fashion statement, but a hearing aid still is yet to make the mark of a fashion statement. So those additional possibilities of customization of the aid, as well as the terminologies that we use along with it. So I wish we find a better term for a crutch as a side support, but that can also happen only if design ingenuity works at this level of thinking.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's one here, question from here. Can you? Fuss. Your name? No. Sunil.
My name is Sunil. He's working in SCDB? I'm working in SCDB. And I am for the wheelchair users, blind, deaf people, we are actually discriminating overall. Like, we don't have any accessibility for the deaf people, blind people, we have no accessibility, and also awareness are not erasing now. Then what will be the thing, like, all crowd people are here, for the disabled people, we are just suffering a lot.
So we need accessibility wherever we go. We are tired of asking for help. Deaf people, deaf-blind people are always interested. We want to, we want to attend these sessions, etc. But there's a lot of blocks, there's a lot of problems that we face. How are the public aware of our challenges? What is the Empower conference about? You should respect disabled people across, you should respect people across disabilities, and we're not being, treated equally.
So, clarification is, so I have a clarification, a question for, so is Sunil saying that the conference is not accessible or society is not aware of difficulties? I missed that point. So, okay, society. Okay, so I was a little concerned that, we didn't do a good job, but okay. Society, of course, that is huge. And as I mentioned yesterday, this conference is an attempt to create awareness. I think Professor Bala will be the right person to say that the idea of this conference is to spread awareness about accessibility at all levels, especially students, colleges, institutions, government, startups, entire ecosystem that needs to come together to build solutions for people with disabilities. But at the same time, the talk here, especially the keynote here, was organized with the intent that it's not just about technology. There's a lot more things that we need to be aware of, because people tend to get carried away by the optimism of technology. But we need to look at this critically, as Professor Guy says, as study of humans' condition and how, and question all assumptions that society makes, all assumptions that we individually make about this area. So you are extremely right on the mark. We have miles to go before society becomes equitable, either in India or anywhere else in the world. Thank you for the question. Yeah, please go ahead.
Hello, I'm John.
Sorry, please go ahead, John.
I'm John Gardner from View Plus, and I enjoyed this talk. I had a different journey to get to this point than she did, but there were some similarities and some differences that have given me at least some insight into the journey of a disabled person becoming part of society as a disabled person, but not as a different person, as she said. Very good. Okay. I'm not sure exactly where to hold this mic.
Yeah, good.
And I'd like to make one short comment. That fits me better.
Yeah.
I was very fortunate. I lost my sight in 1988. I had a very loving and supportive family. I had a job as, the mic's going to get me, yeah, as professor of physics that I didn't lose. I remained a faculty member for many years after I lost my sight. I had a very easy time rejoining society as a person. And I had a lot of advantages that other people don't have and it just can't be repeated. But there was one thing that it just really never occurred to me as, I guess, as an American who knew something about disabilities, that there was anything not respectable about being blind. I just didn't realize how difficult it is for so many people who lose their sight and then feel defective. I did not feel defective, ever. And I think my, I guess, concern from this, that this woman did not have when she was beginning her journey, was she did not have this. She was not given this by her family. She was not given this by society. Her concern about pity particularly hit home to me because I wasn't really pitied, not much, by many people, and it just didn't bother me. But I think this is a problem that society, as you have said, as you have said, does need to fix and understand to make sure that people who are disabled don't feel that they're defective. And role models could do a great deal to help here. And I think that we probably, as people who are disabled in this society, should probably try to be more active in offering themselves as role models to show that, you know, we're disabled, but we're not defective. And the duty of society is to get rid of this problem of pitying. It's not such a problem in the United States, but I notice in traveling overseas that it is. And I think that's the major societal problem that I see here. So sorry to take so much time. Thanks.
No, thank you, John. In fact, Professor Guy spent a lot of, she has a book on disability studies in the global south, which especially brings together these cultural aspects that impinge on disability. So let's have maybe one more question because I think we have to move on. Oh, go ahead, Mohan.
Yeah, I just
sorry,
yeah.
Mohan, one moment. We had Sandeep here with, yes. You are interpreting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello. Good morning to all. Namaste. My name is Amir. I'm deaf-blind. I belong to the deaf-blind community. There are a lot of challenges that we face. Accessibility is not that much available. We need to solve the problems. AI helps the blind people. Technology helps the blind people. Texts are available. But where's the technology? Yeah, there are a lot of technology available for the blind people, but where's the technology for the deaf-blind people? Sunil informed the same thing yesterday. People don't understand and they don't know how to solve the problems. Example, when we send messages, when people send messages across to us, we are unable to respond quickly. We have to find a technology that helps us solve these problems for the deaf-blind community. And people become aware. And there's another question that we have. Is ChatGPT available and that can be used by the disabled community? What's the question? It's okay. Can ChatGPT be used? ChatGPT. Okay, exclusively for the deaf-blind community. Is something like that available?
Yeah, so that we have a student design challenge as part of the conference. First answer is, there are devices which are refreshable braille displays for people who are deafblind to be trained, but those devices are very expensive today and not widely available. So that is a technology challenge that we have. So we need to work towards making such technologies widely available. Last question, because we have to move on to...
No, not a question, but just
yeah.
some reflection. One is, there's a very powerful articulation of a lived experience, and I can resonate with it well because a lot of it is very common. Right? The thing that I want to just point out is, that talking about change in societal values is very strong and very well laid out. And I think each one of us in our own spheres of influence, if we're able to practice that, we could make a difference. That is one. The second is that she makes a statement saying, I'm disabled but not defective, right? That's more or less only looking at the functional aspect of what one does as a disabled person. And I say this quite often myself when I speak to others about when I talk about myself, is that I am disabled but I'm equal, which goes beyond the functional aspect, but also somebody respecting you for what you are and what you can do, more than saying you're not defective.
Thank you.
Good morning. I am Dr. Ravinder Singh and I am from Indian Council of Medical Research. So I want to respond to the deaf-blind community. We did exercise way back in 2020 that was based on WHO APL list, priority ACC product list, where they have identified 50 products which include deaf-blind communicator. On the basis of that, we had identified 383 products, out of which we now has come down to 21 categories of group of products. Is called National List of Essential Assistive Products, is available online, which means all the technologies for different kind of disabilities or person who are not able to communicate, so they need to be essential list. They should be in the essential list, and Government of India has readily agreed to implement it, and then the work is going on these 21 products, which include deaf-blind communicator. We have not been able to find out any good product in that area, though we are working on with Bureau of Indian Standard to define the standards for them also. So the work is going on, and in very near future we expect that lot of solutions will be there for the deaf-blind communities. Thank you.
May I add a request to you, sir? I think in
NLEAP, N-L-E-A-P, it's available online.
So the request I have is, in creating this list of products for people with disabilities, it's very critical to have as part of not even advisory body, recommending body, people with disabilities across the spectrum. For example, NISH should have a membership in that body which decides which are appropriate technologies to be added in the list. I'm currently afraid that it comes top down from somebody having a product and then making sure it gets into the list. I may be wrong, so please correct me. It has to be that it has to be involving people and experts who work with people with disabilities to say what, not just the technology. The ecosystem for using the technology requires power, infrastructure, training, and so on and so forth. And I think that's very important, but maybe last answer.
I would like to respond to that,
yes.
Because this process of reaching 21 product was very extensive. I think you should look at that before we discuss it in detail. I am open to any discussions,
I think we
any
should,
debates on that.
We will,
because it was 11 type of categories of professionals, academicians, researchers, users, user representatives, which came down. It is not only, there are various institutes which actually came down and helped us in coming out with this list.
Thank you. So we will have this discussion on a continuing basis with Empower. I think I'm happy you are part of Empower now, so we will keep that conversation going. Okay, so I think thank you very much for your participation. We'll move on to our next. So the last question, yeah, please.
Sure. Hello, good morning. The deaf-blind community are all involved in this conference. There are people here with multiple disabilities.
Remove this, make the background.
Okay, there are people from the multiple disability category.
Make it, take it away from the presentation. What we need is, this is the one? Okay, so change to.
Okay, so Pradeep says perhaps it would be better to cater to different disabilities separately so that all the needs are met. That's a suggestion that Pradeep had. Manohar?
I'll come this way.
So there was a suggestion from one of the participants to have the PPT.
Yeah, right. So I'll just. So thanks for the suggestion. I think it's very important to not combine people with disabilities into one homogeneous bundle. And it's also true if you take so-called each of these quote disabilities. We talk about vision, it is not a homogeneous thing, right? There is late vision, early vision, partial vision, color blindness, distant vision. So there's so much complexity that no one person can either claim to know everything about being blind or otherwise, right? So it's like human beings. Everybody's unique. We cannot club things into some categories because it's easier for us. Point is well taken. No, I think we'll have to do it from the subsequent thing, so just leave it for now. Yes, present it. I think what we will do from the next session, we are moving to the next session. Unfortunately, we are, because we are running late. Yep. So, first of all, so we will proceed to the next talk. So let's give Professor Anita Guy, I will convey. And anyone I think who works in the area of assistive technology in whatever capacity, I strongly recommend that you read a lot of our works, okay? Really informs us about what we are doing, why we are doing in terms of this area. So we'll move on to our next keynote speaker, Mr. Arun Panayappan. He's a senior software engineering manager I gave you another promotion. Senior Engineering Manager, Google. IT professional with 25 years of experience, where he leads the customer support platform team, automating support with generative AI. He has mentored several AI startups, including Cognit, Semantics, and Rayo. Founder of the Karka Nirka Trust. That is Tamil. When you transcribe it, I get caught. Karka Nirka Tamil Trust, focusing on public school infrastructure and scholarships for blind students. Over to you, Arun. Apologies, we will make the change for our low vision friends. The screen is too bright. I'm going to see how we can do the reverse video so that it is white on black going forward. Okay, please apologize. The current slide, we haven't taken care of this. I think we should be aware of it from all our future presentations to make the slides less bright. Okay, over to you, Arun.
Hello everybody. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity. Thank you sponsors for getting this opportunity, putting me on the stage. Hopefully I'm audible to everybody. Right, I'll get started. I'll introduce myself. Maybe we'll go to the first slide. We'll introduce the introduction slide. Right, so I am Arun Panepan. I'm a black, tall person, close to 6 feet tall. I have black hair. Today I'm wearing a suit, dark suit. I am here really, you know, I started my journey with full vision in life and eventually graduated to a person who's now legally blind, right? And as my vision deteriorated, I managed to work around life, and I'm going to use this time to really talk through how I went through this journey as a case study, right? What happened, what could happen better, right? What could happen better through a journey for anybody with disability, right? Today I work for Google. Google hired me when I was like 90% blind, right? The first thing I told the recruiter was, hey, I'm 90% blind. Are you really sure you want to hire me, right? And then they went on to hire me. So we'll talk about real world situations, right? There are people with disabilities here, right? Real world situations when you come across, hey, I need to travel somewhere or I need to ask for employment, right? How do I deal with day-to-day situations like this, right? When you're faced with disability and there is a stigma around this, right? Like in the last talk we spoke about, right? Either people tell you you are a role model, you are an inspiration, or people want to stay away from you, right? How do we work around all this on a day-to-day basis, right? Technology, yes, we spoke a lot about technology, how AI can help us. That's all one part of the equation, right? Yes, technology is very important. We got to be completely up to speed, but that by itself is not the solution. It is part of the solution. Latest and greatest technology is important, right? I always say this, right? Some people can sing, some people can dance. Similarly, some people can see, some people can hear, some of us can't. So what? Technology is going to help us address that. That's all right. Along with it, we need a lot of changes as far as culture is concerned, as far as how we get accommodated in the society, as far as us needing new skills as well, right, of dealing with day-to-day situations. We'll talk about all that, and that possibly is what's going to help people go think about new products, right, accessibility products, right. Amongst the biggest challenges you have when you talk about accessibility products is they end up becoming too expensive because there are few takers for it. And when you think of accessibility products, the rough mental model I generally have is you do one of the two things. You take an existing product, make it super accessible, right? Because everybody wants to do the same thing, right? You want to compose email, so do I. make that really accessible, right? And pack a lot of accessibility features into it. Like you buy a MacBook, you get all the accessibility features packed into it, right? So thereby, the cost of accessible products become cheaper. On the other hand, there may be things like AI glasses, right? Not everybody will need it, right? The glass that I wear, I walk around and it kind of explains who's walking in front of me, am I going to bump into something? Those have to be custom built for people who need, who face blindness or who have vision impairment and things like that, right? When you build those, they need to be, they are available in the western part of the world, right? But not very accessible to us in India. They're very expensive, right? In the US, it might cost you a few $1,000s, right? But then the government is going to subsidize a whole bit for people who need, who face blindness or stuff like that, right? But when you're sitting in India, you neither get subsidized, and it's really out of reach, right? So those are things where we need to push the government to help us subsidize. We want to build these products, make them really accessible to people on the ground, right? The same thing goes with like self-driven cars. Blind people can wear suits, which when you walk around, it can kind of vibrate and tell you whether you're going to bump into things, right? These are all very expensive, completely out of reach for normal people. We really have to figure out ways to make these really accessible, right? For those who are entrepreneurs and founders here, these would be great opportunities for us to go after, right? Right, and as we continue this conversation, right? So this was a long introduction about myself, right? So I hope we are in the introduction slide, right? And as part of the yeah, sure. Sure. And I'll also talk about my personal life too, right? As I talk through this, right? When you come across disability, right? At least in the Indian society, how does society respond to you? How does family respond to you? And if you are a person who's going through all this, right? How do you face this, right? So in my case, oftentimes, right? When you get disability all of a sudden in life, right? It doesn't come all of a sudden, it gradually comes. Sometimes it becomes a lot prevalent, right? When that happens, what happens to people around you, right? They suddenly have to do a lot of heavy lifting, right? In our case, when I was married, I was getting married, I had partial vision, okay? And eventually, when I was turning more and more blind, I was losing a lot of abilities to do at home, right? I was comfortably cooking at home, using all the things at home. I couldn't do that. My wife had to do a lot of heavy lifting, right? When people like us are successful in the real world, the unsung heroes are at home, right? They are doing a lot of heavy lifting. They're helping us out, right? And in a society where you don't have a lot of social structure yet, right? All the paramedical stuff and these are all emerging things, right? The social infrastructure that's needed for people like us to be completely independent is all evolving for a society like India, right? And when these happen, right? People in our lives take a huge hit, right? They have to do a lot of heavy lifting, right? And we got to be empathetic to them as well, right? And the thing that I figured out is, it's certainly possible, right? As possible to find a support system, build a support system, right? And that thing is kind of very, very personal to people with disabilities, right? And as we go along, we'll talk about how all this happened, right? Now I'll talk about my life journey from the very beginning, and let's go to that slide about my life story, right? So now I'll talk about my life journey from the very beginning and how all this shaped up, right? Like I told you, right? I was born with vision, little bit of night blindness. Eventually, I ended up, people said, oh, this guy has night blindness, he's not able to see. And then I was like in my teens when people really diagnosed and told me, hey, you have this condition called retinitis pigmentosa. Yeah? Oh, stairs, okay, sure. When people told me that I had this condition called retinitis pigmentosa and I would eventually go blind, right? my father was really upset, right? I didn't know why. I come from a middle class family, right? My dad is a professor in mathematics. He has published few hundred papers, but then he couldn't take it. He's such a literate person, right? Oh, he couldn't take it that his son would eventually go blind. Okay, right? And then you know, but then he would put up a brave face, right? He would come back and tell me, hey, Arun, you know what? There will be a day where you will lose sight, but have a bold vision for life. You should have a bold vision. That's the thing that stuck with me. I may or may not have vision, doesn't matter. The vision I will have for life and the way I'll go execute my vision will not change for whatever it is, right? I kept that as my mantra. It really is not about the what you do, right? The what you do is the same for every human being. The how you do depends on your medical condition, right? You have to travel. I have to travel as well. The way you travel, probably you will pull up a website, you will book a flight, right? You'll book a hotel, you'll just travel. In my case, it's a little more complex than that. I will have to figure out who drives me to the airport, who takes care of me once I get off of the flight to take me to the hotel. Is the hotel an accessible place? Can they have somebody drive me inside the city for sightseeing? I have to do a lot more homework ahead of time. That's all there is to it. I just have to do a lot more planning, be a lot more thoughtful, plan this out, find the trusted people who can walk me around. I'm good. That's the difference, right? That's the difference. So when you think of accessible products, right? I was talking to Expedia the other day, right? In a conference at Tokyo. I was telling them, hey, you know what? These are services that they got to build into their products. They got to when we say that we are building inclusive products, hey, I just go ahead and book an airline. The thing that they ask is, do you need a wheelchair? That's not all. Do you need a wheelchair? Should I take you to the flight, bring you down? That's not all. I need a lot more support services around it. You need to have thought through all that and have built into the products, right? It's true for almost everything this way, right? As I was just talking about my life story, right? And I just took a detour to talk about how travel was different for a disabled person, right? The real mental model to have here is what you do is the same, how you do is different, right? But everything is possible. Everything is possible. Sometimes disability is a big advantage. Just look at just the example that I told you now, right? I have to do so much planning just to travel from point A to point B. Now, on my job, if I have to travel, will I not be better than all my peers then? I exercise this muscle every day, right? And in a world where everything is not set up for people like me, I have to get things done. Going and accessing my bank account is that much harder than for a normal person. I have to be super innovative. I should try out so many ways of which app is voice friendly, right? What are the easiest ways by which I can access my bank account, right? So I naturally become that much more innovative, right? and you know, when my job requires it, would I not be better than my peers? Of course. I always say this, right? See, I operate at Google at a particular level, right? I would normally have to put 3 to 5 times more work than my peers to be operating at the same bar or a little better than them. Isn't Google benefiting by getting a much better resource? And like me, of course they are, right? So the most important thing is, right, through life, the thing that I have figured out is, right, because you have this disability, there are other muscles in you that grow very strong, right? It is for us to go advocate for those muscles. We go tell our employers, hey guys, you're getting a much better employee because of my disability. Don't hire me in spite of my disability. Because I have this disability, I am a much better planner. I am a much better innovator. You are getting a much better resource. So it is well worth the deal to make sure that you provide me the right kind of accommodations and the right kind of assistance and grab me in, right? And people like me don't leave your job that easily. We are a lot more loyal because the number of options are that much more limited, right? So let's not have self-limiting beliefs. We can do everything, right? And if you really think about it, there are 1.3 billion people across the globe who have some form of disability or the other. This is a huge market. Think of all of them turning to be productive one day, right? The world becomes that much more of a productive place, right? Now, I'll talk about how I went about interviewing, right, at Google, right? So let's go to this next slide where we talk about my experience with Google, right? My life progressed with my vision condition, like I was talking about, right? And gradually I was in another company. There came a point in time where I figured out that I was more than 70% blind at that time, right? It was becoming harder to read the screen, look at my keyboard, type, and all that was getting harder. Look at the keyboard and type. That's the thing that I had to change, right? I needn't have to look at the keyboard to type. I had to change that. I changed it, right? And what happened there was, I was so naive back then, like about 10, 12 years back, that I said, oh, I cannot be in any job. So I quit the job, okay? So I quit the job. To do what? Go start my own company, right? So always, when one door is closed, another door opens up for you. I went to start my own company. I was building a network of AI models. On one side, I would crowdsource these AI models. On the other side, I would have people who come and consume it. Startups will come and consume it. Then, when it was my own company, I had to go hire people. I would tell people upfront, hey, you know what? I am a blind person. When you come to my team, you have to convert all the presentations to the dark mode and share it with me. When you're going to give me your presentation, I might expect you to come and read it out to me sometimes, right? I may not be able to see through everything that is out there. I might ask for help. What I realized was people were generally very, very supportive of all that. Nobody cared about my medical condition. They really wanted to come and work with me for who I was with my skills. So people came, joined my team, we built a team, and then there was a time where I had to sell my company, all after losing vision. I sold the company to Reliance. Reliance said, you need to come and work with us for the next 3 years and make sure the transition was complete. They didn't care a damn about whether I was blind, not blind. They wanted me for my skills. I said, okay, let's go do it. And then I realized, yeah, really people don't care about your real condition. What really matters is how, what skills you bring to the table and how willing are you to ask for help, right? More than 90% of the people I know of are more than willing to help. So the moment you are able to ask for help, most of the problems will get behind you, right? And Google came to me, approached me and said, hey, we want to hire you. Are you interested joining us, right? And I said, hey, I'm 90% blind. Are you really sure you want to hire people like me? And they said, no, we really want you. Okay. Then I was setting terms with them. I said, yeah, I'll clear your bar, but you know what? I really want some accommodations as part of the interview, right? And they would ask me, okay, what type of accommodations? I said, yeah, during your interviews, you ask people to write code. I will, and you ask people to do design interviews. I will not be so fast in typing out on the computer and using my screen readers and all that. For design interviews, I would prefer to use an iPad and a pen, connected to the Google Meet. You should be comfortable doing that. For writing code, I'm going to write code with pen and paper, right? A pen and iPad, and you should be comfortable with that, right? They were okay with all that, right? They really cared about my skills, so they were okay with all that. The day I joined Google, the first thing that came my way was, hey, you know what? Can you write a specification? Specification about what? How people should work with Arun. I wrote a specification to tell people, if you're sharing presentations with me, make sure that they are dark mode enabled. They are screen reader friendly, right? I set the tone for how people should work with me. And since then, People have figured out, my entire team has figured out how to work with me. When people walk into a meeting room where I'm sitting there, even if it was a repeat, they come and introduce themselves to me one more time, right? So these are things that really work well when we are willing to go out and set the expectations with everybody, right? For every person who has a disability, right, we go through multiple phases. Initially, we resist it, right? We say that, hey, you know what, everything is normal, right? I don't have a condition, everything is normal, I'm good and all that. Then there comes a phase where we say, we tolerate it, right? Oh, now there's no choice, I have to tell people, right? And we tolerate it. Then there comes an interesting phase where you suddenly become very proud of your condition, right? You start realizing, oh, in spite of this condition, I'm doing so well. Why wouldn't I be so proud about talking about it, right? You suddenly start feeling very proud about it. You tell people, hey, when I meet people, I'm so comfortable saying, hey, I'm a blind person. Yeah, I'm a blind person, right? If you want to feel pity about me, so be it. Feel pity. That's your problem, not mine, right? I am blind, I'm successful, right? And I know I can work my way around, right? Come along with me for my skills, not for my medical condition, right? So that's how I navigate the world these days, right? And the moment you set the tone that way, it's a medical condition and you are able to deal with it and you will deal with it, you'll be able to do literally everything, right? Everything, and don't wait for somebody to come and solve your problems. Take ownership of your problems, go solve it yourself, right? And there are ways to solve it, right? Generally, what works for me today, I think of it like, everything in my day job, I think of it as having three components, right? Either I get to automate it, right? I find some tool or technology that allows me to automate it. If I cannot, second step, I look for a way to outsource it. Can I outsource it to somebody so that I don't have to do it? They do it, they free up my time, I try to outsource it. Third thing is, can I get assistance and still be able to do it, right? And most of the tasks will fall into one of these buckets. You will be able to do this and get around with life most of the time, right? How you do will be different. What you do will always be the same, right? You can set a very high bar for yourself and go achieve what you want to achieve in life, right? So that's kind of how I've been going about with life, right? And you can go to the access, go to the next slide. Yeah. So now I'll talk about the cultural aspects, right? Cultural aspects and technology, right? So when people with disabilities will really need to pick and choose a job, right? That's where the interesting thing is, right? For a normal person, you just have to find out if the job description is interesting to you. Will you fit into the job? Will you get the right compensation? That's not enough. For a person with disability, you really want an empathetic employer, an employer who recognizes the needs of differently abled people, is willing to invest on them, right? It's a very, very sound, astute business move for a Google to go invest on people like us, right? But you need the employer to figure that out too. They should feel like they're getting a lot of value by making the infrastructure really accessible, right? By hiring people like us, they are getting awesome people. So they need to figure that out by the time you go apply for a position with them, right? Don't take a job with anybody and everybody. You just need to find the right employer, the empathetic employer who's willing to pick you up, right? And is seeing you for your strengths, right? And because our needs are kind of unique, right? In my case, once I joined Google, they went about hiring a support assistant for me, right? And we interviewed a lot of support assistants. We found the best possible support assistant for me, right? They made sure that the work that I did, I could amplify the impact significantly, right? And we worked a lot on the environment in which I would work, right? The size of the monitors, the dark mode that I would use, right? How my voice assistant should sound, a whole bunch of things we designed exclusively for me. You really need empathetic employers who can go figure that out, right? Figure that out for you. So when you're applying for positions, make sure you're applying for companies which have the right culture, right? Invite people into your life as well who are able to empathize with you, who see you for your strengths, and together you are able to work around, right? Be it personal life or professional life. For people with disabilities, we want to bring in people who really won't look down upon us, or will tell us we are their inspiration and then walk away from us. We don't want either of them, right? We want people to be with us. In my personal life with me and my wife, I do more than 50% of the heavy lifting today, but not like a normal husband and wife, right? I don't go do dishes for my wife. I don't go cook for her. But on the other hand, right? I make sure that she gets the best possible quality of time, quality of life when it comes to travel, when it comes to being with family, right? There are so many other things that we can do, right? I intellectually support her right, and I take care of my kids' education completely. So there's a different way of doing your 50%, right? You just have to figure that out, and your family will be very happy as well. You just have to find out what is it that you are really good at, what your real strengths are, what can you deliver to the society, and negotiate the right deal with your employer, with your spouse, with everybody around. It's not like a normal person. It is different, but it is possible. You just have to figure out how you will do things differently. That's all you need to do in this case, right? And be in a place where you are celebrated, right? I found Google to be a place that celebrates people with disabilities, right? There will be many such employers. Find such places. You don't want to work in places where you are tolerated. You want to be in places where you are celebrated, right? You're celebrated, the differences are celebrated, and we enjoy being part of those kind of places, right? So that's let's move on to the next slide, and I'll talk about some of the accommodations that I've found useful, right? While at work and while at work and while at travel and all that, right? Yeah, sure. Thank you. I have 5 more minutes. I'll try to wrap it up as soon as possible. Yeah. So I'll quickly talk about some of the accommodations that I have found very useful so far, right? The things that I've found useful today is, the normal apps are the accessibility apps, right? Oftentimes, right? Uber is what I use all the time, right? It's very safe. I don't have to search my currencies. I just have to link my bank account, and I have a message that pops up on my phone, and I can read that automatically. I know this. I know that I did the right drive, right? Normal day-to-day apps is what really works for us, right? We just need to make them all super accessible, right? Mac has the voiceover. It really works wonders for people like me, right? They pack a lot of features, right? Zoom features, dark mode, you name it, they have it, right? Google Android, we talked about it yesterday, right? A whole bunch of things do exist, right? Google has also put me on to mentor a startup called Rio, right? So we are building a bot which allows people to perform a lot of tasks on the internet, right? For different types of disabilities, right? So you'll be able to negotiate all these accessibilities. It's very personal. You just have to figure out what works best for you, right? For me to read books, I use Audible all the time, right? So you would not think of these apps really as accessibility apps, but they really are, right? All the smart assistants that I have at home, once I connect them to all the home devices, they become accessibility apps. I can ask Alexa to turn off the light, turn on the light, do a lot of things for me, right? We are not there yet, right? Technically speaking, we are not there yet. There is a long way to go as far as the infrastructure is concerned, what we need to build as infrastructure for all of us to have a comfortable life. But until then, right? Figure out the right level of assistance, right level of accommodation you need, and also make sure that you have the right people in life, right, who can take you along, right? And if you are a person with disability, the most important thing is don't pretend ever. It's not useful to pretend at all. Ask for help, right? Ask for help. Be proud about it, right? And you know, when I went through this like 10 years back, when I first discovered I could not see a lot, and I had to start my own, I had to leave the job, I did not find a lot of role models, right? I was naive that I did not look enough. I did not find a lot of role models, but the good thing was I decided to become my own role model, right? If you don't find your role models, it's okay. That doesn't mean that it's not possible. It just means that it's not being tried by many people. You can become that role model, figure out a way to become the role model in those kind of cases, right? Use technology appropriately, right? Bring the right people into your life, and make sure that you choose the right employers or build the right kind of companies that are super inclusive. Let's build products that are very, very inclusive and influence the government to build the ones that are accessibility only type products, right? Let's influence the government to make sure we do those kind of things. Thank you all for taking time to listen to me. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. I think in the interest of time, we will just have time for one question so that we can go to the tea break and let the other session start on time. All right, so I think Arun will be here for some more, so please catch him in person. Thank you so much, Arun. Thank you everyone for this being here this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manohar. And I would like to convey our heart full of thanks to Professor Anita Ghai, who could not be present here, but I think we had a great glimpse of her presentation through Sir. And also thank you to Dr. Arun. With this, we come to the end of the keynote sessions for the day. Before we break for tea, a couple of announcements. One, we have the EMPOWER-2024 app available now. You can access it through the Play Store app and the App Store via the iOS and Android platform. It can help you with going through the schedule and identifying the speaker details. You can navigate through the sessions via this app. So we request all the delegates to kindly download it through these Play Store and the App Stores. Second, we have interpreters available in all the venues for the sessions today. Third, post-lunch, we will be having only 2 panel discussions, which will be held in the Marigold Hall, which is this hall, followed by the closing ceremony. So we will now break for the tea. Thank you all and have a great day ahead. The exhibition stalls are on the left side of the auditorium. Please do take time and visit the stalls. Thank you. everything ready.
Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to session 1E of EMPOWER 2024, titled Assistive Technology and Invisible Disabilities. We are thrilled to have such a distinguished audience with us today as we explore the latest advancements that are transforming the future of people with invisible disabilities. First of all, I would like to welcome and introduce Dr. Amit Prakash, the convener of this session. Dr. Amit Prakash is a professor, IIIT Bangalore, and the convener of his Center for Accessibility in Global South. He is the co-founder of Vision Empower and WEMP Technologies, both of which work in the field of accessible education for visually impaired children. He is also a steering committee member of EMPOWER. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Arya, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to this session. We had a very interesting first session of keynote talks, and I hope that triggers the enthusiasm that the talks generated will spill over to this session also, as we discuss something equally important around assistive technologies and invisible disabilities. So we have a very experienced panel of experts, a very eclectic mix, and I am happy that all our speakers have accepted to come here and share their rich experiences with us. We'll have 4 speakers, Dr. Vaishali Pai, Ms. Reena Gupta, Mr. Sayamdev Mukherjee, Den, and Mr. Shivram Deshpande. The format in which we will do this is every speaker will have about 15 to 20 minutes. They will speak for most of the time that is allocated to them. And we'll have questions, if any, at the end of every speaker's talk. If we are left with time after the 4th speaker, we can have a round of rejoinders if the speakers may want to do that, or questions from the audience at that point in time. So let me introduce our first speaker for this session, Dr. Vaishali Pai, who is an occupational therapist. She has a distinguished career spanning over 3 decades with a focus on pediatric rehabilitation and sports rehabilitation, employing a diverse set of techniques from occupational therapy methodologies, neuro-linguistic programming, and pranic healing. Vaishali is the founder and director of Tamaha Trust, which operates centers in Bangalore that provide various kinds of therapies and other services to children with developmental disabilities and their families. She has also been associated with the Spastic Society of India, Malaya Hospital, Vaidehi Institute of Rehabilitation, and Align Center. So it's a pleasure for us to welcome Dr. Vaishali Pai to deliver her talk as part of this session.
Namaste, good morning. Thank you, Nish. Thank you, Empower, for having me here and talk to all of you. The keynote speakers were just amazing, and it's a hard act to follow. So bear with me. I may not stand up to that promise. Invisible disabilities. We are going to move away from what we've been hearing so far, which has been focused on physical disabilities and pure sensory disabilities. So I'm going to move away from there, and I'm going to actually talk about some people that are very difficult to see in our society. My apologies for friends in the audience who may not be able to see. There are going to be a lot of slides and videos, and you may not be able to see. I wasn't prepared for people with blindness or blind deafness to be able to see these, but next time I'll prepare better. So this, everyone knows what it is, right? We didn't really fare very well. There was a lot of promise. India didn't get many medals. Olympics. This, though, was so much better, right? We were about 5th or 6th in the world standings in Paralympics. I don't know how many of you are sportsmen over here, show of hands, sportsmen? Okay, I'm not, sorry, I have to put my hand down. I am a sports commentator. I know how to comment and say, oh my God, that referee was bad, you know, what the heck, sorry. What did he think? How he did not pick up on a foul? Or how did the umpire give wrong? So we are the one, I belong to that category who sits on the sofa and comments about what's happening on the TV. Now this, how many of you have actually seen this? Again, apologies. There is no voice with this, but can somebody tell me what this could be? How many of you have seen this? Yes, Somdeep. Special Olympics. Right, yeah. So I just wanted to put up these slides because I want to bring about the disparity. If you notice what you're seeing here in Special Olympics, it is children, youngsters, sorry. Most of them have Down syndrome, if you have heard about Down syndrome, and very little technology. Going back, look at the technology here and look at the technology here, right? Without the glamour, Down syndrome looks something like this, right? My request to everyone is there are going to be videos, there are going to be photographs. Please don't take any pictures. You can take my picture, but not the slides. Those are private. So this is what actually happens to most of our people with Down syndrome. Question to the audience again. What do you see over here? What do you think? Who are these people that I have put up? Young people. Anybody? No? Nobody? Sleeping after coffee? Or awake? All right, I'll move on. Tell me about these. Who are these people now? There must be something. I mean, I've put them up. There has to be something about it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have.
Cerebral palsy.
Cerebral palsy. Okay. All right. So here is what it is. Okay. This is called Bainbridge-Roper syndrome. Right? This is Angelman syndrome. This is extrahepatic biliary atresia, something to do with the liver. This is Rett syndrome. Rett syndrome affects only girls. This is a single gene disorder, factor 1 gene, which results in intractable epilepsy. Because of the epilepsy which starts early in life, almost in infancy, the brain does not get a chance to develop. And this is Krabbe-Diodov syndrome. Now these are all rare conditions, okay? Bainbridge-Roper's, Krabbe-Diodov are these children are with us in Tamahar. They are 1 in 30 worldwide. That is how invisible these children are, okay? You're not going to be able to see them unless they come and stare you in the face. Let's go back to this slide. So these children also have intellectual impairment. They don't seem like they do have, right? But they do. They have. And these are children who have, in fact, moderate intellectual impairment. So we are talking about, if you've heard about IQ, all of us in this room just now assume that we have an IQ of 100 and above, right? We are smart. But the ones over here, these youngsters, my lovely, lovely youngsters, have an IQ of 60 or less, right? It is very important to understand this because when we talk about intellectual impairment, that is what we are going to see. Okay, there's a lot of noise. But there are going to be some videos, and I want you to really enjoy these videos, because this is what we do in Tamahar. Oh, I was hoping there was a 3-pointer, but there wasn't. Okay. These are youngsters who are learning to play basketball. Let's go to the next one. Yeah, all right. Oh my God, that was actually bold, but yeah, we just allow them to play anyway. And look at how they're enjoying. It's so exciting, isn't it? Remember, I'm talking about children who have moderate to severe intellectual impairment. So I'm talking about IQ 60 and below, going all the way up to 30. Those are the children that we work with. This is a very simple activity. All of us probably have done it, right? One of what we call in niche, I'm sure some of you who are students, participants over here from niche should know that activities of daily living are a part and parcel of our interventions or trainings. Would you do it the way this person is doing it? Of course, this kiddo is fine. I mean, he's managing to do it, but not perfect, right? And I don't know whether this kiddo loves jam and bread, but he's definitely learning how he's going to spread the jam on the bread. The reason why I'm showing you all of these is to show you that look at the way that we take these things for granted. We just assume that we are going to be able to do this. And we assume that our children are going to learn how to do this. And for each and every of the children that I showed you just now, they need to learn. And how do they learn? Children with intellectual impairment learn slow. They take a lot of time. They learn through repetitions. You cannot be impatient and you cannot say, oh, didn't I tell you 10 times and why haven't you understood this, right? They get emotional if their communication to you is not understood. And these can be difficult things. Now, this is a scary slide, which I wanted everyone to know. 2% of population in LMICs, I'm talking about countries like India, have people, 2% of the people of the population has intellectual impairment. I can't even read that number, 29018,716, right? Those are the children they're not children, they're individuals. Children grow up to be adults. But these are the ones that we are talking about. The burden of the intellectual disability is only third. So if we put number of people who have issues, depression comes first, anxiety next, and then it is intellectual impairment. And now with show of hands, tell me how many of you have seen people with intellectual impairment? Right. I'm impressed. Okay. This was about 10% of the audience over here. But that's great because we at least have 10%. 1/5 of the household's income is spent only on survival. So it's okay if we have people, families from higher socioeconomic strata, but we also know that India has a lot of lower socioeconomic strata people. So 1/5, that is 20 rupees out of 100 is being spent just on survival if there is a child with intellectual impairment in the family. I showed some 6 slides, right? Scrabban, Deardorff, I mean, that was just to show off my knowledge. Those are called rare diseases. There are 8,000 rare diseases that have been identified worldwide. India has 1/3 of the population of rare diseases. These are such important statistics for us to understand, right? And, okay, by the way, I forgot to mention that 85% of the population with intellectual impairment actually has mild intellectual impairment, which means that they must find it much easier, and yet they don't actually find it very easy to get included in society. Technology boon. Again, I mean, I've already shown you the technology during the Paralympics, but here you have smart boards, you have talking books, you have AVAs, and robotic arms, wheelchairs, accessibility. Let me show you something else that actually happens. This is what happens in our houses. Okay, so how much ever we talk about technology and technology boon, how are we going to help this young child and family get in and out of the bathroom and maybe stand there, brush his teeth? Has anyone of you tried brushing? I mean, you know, the entire activity of brushing, that is removing the cap from the toothpaste, squeezing the toothpaste onto the brush, brushing your teeth, washing with one hand, and coordinated. Just something for you to think about. So here he is now coming out. This is where I would like to see what technology can do for us and how can we reach. What we did was we spoke to some of the caregivers about what did they think about technology.
More.
I'm not sure whether you can hear
which
it.
is not relevant, it will
is
go
not
beyond
relevant.
that. With Google is like that.
Correct.
When we ask one question, we will get thousands of which is not at all relevant to that particular. We'll just go on to the negative part. We don't think about the positive thing there.
Correct. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Technology has two things. One is in a good way and in a bad way.
Okay.
So good way in the sense it is helping also. So like my husband is a software engineer, but he has become like an occupational therapist in the past 2 months because of this technology. He has learned a lot from YouTube videos. So now he has practicing at home with gym wall, with all the skipping ropes, so pedaling, everything he is trying for my son. So in that way also it is helping.
Awesome. Picture cards. Okay. How do you use picture cards?
Like daily activities, other food or give me
Okay. So you're talking about PECS, Picture Exchange Communication System. So that's a technology you like. Okay. So if you notice, Bere enadru idya? Is there anything else you can think of?
Toys also.
Toys, books. So very interesting, isn't it? There were two caregivers, two mothers who were talking about how Google throws up information that sometimes is not necessary, and it can segue you into some other world altogether. And one mother talking about how her husband, the father of the child, has become an occupational therapist now. I have 5 minutes? I have 2 minutes? My God, you're not going to learn anything more from me. Okay. This was another video, but yeah, going back to the caregivers, interestingly, two of the caregivers spoke about simple technology. They spoke about picture exchange communication system and toys to teach their children. So I'm not going to show you that video. It was about these youngsters talking about what they understood about technology, and they spoke about how they can make reels. Okay, so these youth of today, they want to make reels on Insta. How do children with intellectual disability or impairment actually work? So my expertise lies in early intervention. We pick up children at 0, that is at birth. In Tamahar, we do not segregate them by age or their diagnosis. We look at them from their developmental age. So we have a system by which we figure out what is the developmental age of the child, and the child then goes into programs programs being early intervention, which is a parent-based programs. Mother has to be there compulsory. All classes happen 5 days a week. And one of the caregivers has to be there. I mean, I said mothers, but that's not necessarily true. And so on and so forth until they start with academics, which is only at the developmental age of 4. The chronological age can be anything, 7, 8, 9, 10, and so forth. So how do children with ID learn? They actually learn by experiencing, getting their hands dirty, playing in the sand, and feeling, touch, feel. Simple learning techniques. This I already spoke about. What would we like to have? We would like to have a safety technology where children don't get lost. We would like to have a technology where a seizure disorder is identified early. Something like this, but this is not available to everybody. What if we are able to put on this cap with electrodes and a child sitting somewhere far off in the rural area, having epilepsy is picked up, and some doctor, some expert sitting in urban areas is able to identify. Interestingly, there are 40 syndromes of epilepsy. Again, invisible. What we know is the ones which we see in movies, and that's not the only one. Some more info, most of it I have already spoken. 25% of ID is preventable in India. We need something to ensure that we do not have people with ID. There are very, very few skilled rehabilitation practitioners compared to the demand. 1 in 15 families has some rare disease. It takes 7 years to diagnose a rare disease or even sometimes invisible disorders. We would rather have technology not to fix, but to support. Something that we heard in the previous speakers, what the previous speakers shared, that don't fix us, just support us with whatever technology, high end, low end, it doesn't matter. But understand the emotions of the person rather than just the physical or the sensory disability. And finally, this is what I would like to see technology give me, not so much for the people who actually have ID. I'm speaking only for ID. I want technology that would help me diagnose early, identify early. I want tech for screening, assessment, interventions. I can sit here and screen somebody far away. I want to have an education with an experiential approach. Low-cost devices, bridge the gap between service users and technologies. The previous speakers made it very easy for me. I don't even need to mention this, because this is exactly what people were talking about, that nothing about us without us, right? That is a nara that has been going around. And yeah, that's the end of my talk. Thank you. You can come here and talk.
If there are any questions, we can quickly take one or two questions. Are there any questions for Dr. Vaishali? If there's a quick question, yes.
Yeah, Dr. Pai, it was an excellent presentation.
Thank you.
We are trying to support these initiatives, but many people may not be knowing what we're trying to do. We are the guys from the technology areas. We do not know what the problem statements are. We can say technology can solve everything. So my point is, you have in your last slide was defining slide where you talked about the 6 areas where you would need help. I have noted down.
Okay.
I think it is on diagnosis and awareness, technology for screening, education, an experiential approach, low cost safety devices, accessibility, And the last statement was again defining nothing about us without us.
Yeah, bridge the gap between service users and technologies.
So this is very important because just to give you a background, we are from IIT Mandi, and IIT Mandi is a technology innovation hub where we focus on various disorders or trying to fix problems through brain-computer interface. We deal in human-computer interface. Brain-computer interface is one of the big topics we are handling. We are handling through Indian knowledge systems. We are handling through various other techniques. We are trying to solve problems of epilepsy actually. We are trying to solve problems, but many times this problem solution is the researchers try to conjure up a problem rather than trying to see what the user needs. So would it be possible for us to look for problem statements from users or usability base which you have to be transferred to the so-called technology world, so that the bridge can be addressed? Because the reason for coming to this conference is we possibly can solve, but we can only solve provided we have a problem to solve. So can you please help us in that area?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, yeah, we want solutions, you want problems, we'll give them plenty.
Thank you. Any other question? No. So thank you, Dr. Pai. And I guess that was a very interesting intervention in terms of setting the context, in terms of kind of sensitizing the audience here, and I guess the last conversation of some sort of a matchmaking between technologists and those who are trying to do it, with whatever talks have been going on of nothing for us, without us, co-creation, participatory design. I think these are forums that are very important for these conversations to take place. And I'm glad that we've started on a very positive note. Thank you very much, Dr. Pai. So our next speaker is Ms. Reena Gupta. Ms. Reena Gupta is a clinical psychologist and a certified educational therapist. She is the founding director of the Office of Learning Support at Ashoka University. She has founded this office in 2016 to support students with disabilities and other neurodiverse needs, such as dyslexia, with the goal of expanding the scope of neurodiversity and disability management in higher education in India. Besides creating collaboration opportunities with schools, universities, and foundations that promote inclusion in their institutions, she is working towards establishing policy frameworks for disability management in the higher education system. So it's a pleasure to have you with us, Reena. I know we are moving from Tamahar and what Dr. Pai was talking about in terms of severe and moderate disabilities, children, younger adults. We are moving up in terms of trying to see how educational spaces are becoming more inclusive through efforts that your office is taking. So over to you, Reena.
Thank you, Professor Prakash. I would prefer to be here and talking to you all. Let me know if I come in the way of your view for the slides. I'll try not to be. But yeah, thank you for that introduction. I'll pick up from what Dr. Pai also mentioned, not to fix, but to support. And that's exactly what the name of my office also is, Office of Learning Support at Ashoka. And this is mainly for supporting, it was set up, like he said, in 2016, mainly for students with invisible disabilities. Just that my definition of invisible disabilities is more towards the academic side. For students with dyslexia, students with dysgraphia, dyscalculia, ADHD, high-functioning autism. And that was the real reason why I had set up the office, because at that time, I'm talking about 2014, 2015, when Ashoka University was set up. Because I had worked with students at school level with these conditions, there was nothing much happening for these kids after school. And when I used to be in touch with the parents and all, they all used to tell me, ma'am, you are supporting my kid at school, but who is going to support them after school. Which college are they going to? Which college is going to understand them? And that used to make me feel that, which college in India actually can understand these kids. I couldn't find any at that time. And that's why my suggestion to them was, if you can, go to US, go to UK. Those are the countries where these, these disabilities or these learning disabilities at least are understood, right? Having said that, it's a long story short, but now we do have all of this being supported at Ashoka University through my office. But over last 9 years, we have actually covered almost all disabilities. We have a lot of students with visual impairment from partial to full, deafness and hard of hearing, strong and very moderate autism, but high functioning in terms of academics, because Ashoka is an academically rigorous university. So, all these students, they live on campus because Ashoka is a residential university, right? So all of them are together at one space, and I can tell you very confidently and proudly too, the culture that it creates in a campus is so vibrant and it is so inclusive. You have to see the bond between the students there. And I have a few pictures here which actually will show you, the bond between the students, the peers at Ashoka. I strongly believe in this title, Becoming an Independent Learner, because to be honest, there is some kind of a guilt in me. When I used to be with the school students, my work with them was mainly to remediate their reading and writing or math issues, right? And at that time, there was not much talk about technology. So my work was mainly how to help this kid read better, how to make them write long answers better, how to make them do the big calculations better, correct? But when I understood what technology can do, and I think it came very late to me, now I feel that, if the technology can be with them, they have to, from the very beginning, even when they're at school, they have to start thinking of managing their reading, writing, math issues through technology and be independent from day one. Instead of us trying to teach them for more number of hours and drill the words and their meanings into their minds, it's better that the technology handles the lower level skills and let them focus on higher level skills, which is more of comprehension and understanding of the text, right? And that is why I chose this theme for my session today, Becoming an Independent Learner, Role of Assistive Technology. I can use this? Okay, perfect. Yeah, this is, I just have this picture and the vision and the mission of the Office of Learning Support at Ashoka. This is mainly to create an environment of equity, inclusivity, and diversity. And the mission really is to provide equitable access to education for all learners. I'll just clarify another point here. Why do I say all learners? Because Office of Learning Support actually supports students with no disabilities also. Because when it comes to invisibility part of any disability, students with dyslexia or other invisible conditions, they will not come for help to my office because in India there is still a stigma around these, correct? And I'm actually talking about back 2014 when we were setting up this office. If I had called that Office of Disability Services, I wasn't very sure if students with dyslexia or dysgraphia or even high functioning autism will approach my office for help or not. Because that's the stigma that students carry when they come from school or depending on the school system actually that they come from, but that's the stigma that at least they used to carry earlier. And now, it's been 9 years for us at the university, and any student with even no condition, with no disability also approaches us because they want to do well. They know that this office can at least provide me some resources. And those resources are, many of those resources are technology based. Correct? So any student can come and take help, and that actually takes away the whole burden or whole stigma around support system for disabilities. The next 3 slides actually have some pictures. I'm just going to describe them. The first slide that I have, there are 3 pictures here. You can see the students being together. I talked about the culture of inclusion on the campus. And many of these students, some of them are with blindness, some of them are with specific learning disabilities. Especially one picture that you see, the 3 boys are biking. One of them is 100% blind. The other one has really moderate to severe dyslexia, and he really struggles. And the third one is somebody who who's an English language learner. Yeah? And there are activities on campus where we come together and we embrace differences. This is the culture that needs to be built not only in one campus, but all campuses, and not only on campuses across the country. Yeah? The second, again, all the sessions happening, the dyslexia, October anyways is a dyslexia awareness month. And as I am here, I'm speaking, my team back there is working on a session on Neurodiversity 101 being scheduled for Wednesday next week. So a lot of awareness and sensitization happens there. Because this Empower is about technology, I thought I'll have a slide with a lot of pictures on the assistive technology room that we have on campus. And this is the place where students sit and do their technology-related assignments or whatever is required. But the other part is a lot of technology is now available on their laptops also, right? So not everybody or not all these students are coming to the ATR, Assistive Technology Room, but a lot of work is being done in those rooms. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it for in terms of pictures. This is an image of all the areas that are being covered. I'm not going to go into the details of it, but the glimpse of the work that is being done in terms of areas covered by the office is about awareness, working with the admissions team to getting the students into the campus. Outreach and admissions is an equally important part, correct? To work with the government and the regulatory bodies to have an impact there. The daily living support, because like I said, Ashoka is a residential university, so all these students live on campus. A lot of changes have to be made on the campus, in the res halls, in the hostel rooms. There are students who are on wheelchair who need attached washrooms to their rooms. So all of those changes, a lot of modifications are done. Capacity building, we do a lot of capacity building with the student as well as with the faculty and the student community. The barrier-free spaces I just mentioned, and of course the career planning. The career planning is important because we have to be part of the student's journey from the outreach to admissions, to their campus activities, including the academics, to the placement. Yeah? Now, I mean, this is the best I could do with my technological knowledge. Across the 4 stages, outreach, admissions, campus life, and placement, there is a common thread that runs through, right? And which I call it as skills. The skills that we look for in the student and the skills we prepare for the students who are at Ashoka. And what are those skills? I mean, if I put them broadly in 4 categories, this is what? Academic, independent living, social, and self-regulation. These are 4 major skills that we look for, like I said earlier, and we prepare our kids for when they move out of Ashoka. The 4 skills, the academic, independent living, social and self-regulation, what do we work on and why do we work on those is mainly to make them independent learners. We work with them on their academics to make them independent learners. We work with them on their independent living to make them independent learners. We work with them on their social skills to make them independent learners because they learn a lot from their peers. Self-regulation, absolutely, extremely important for them to be independent learners. And what is required? How do we do it? How do we make it happen for them? These 3 main areas that we work on. Train them in assistive technology. Make adjustments in residence halls and provide them academic accommodations. 3 major areas that we work on so that the above mentioned skills can be honed and they can become independent learners. I hope this picture is clear to you because it's extremely important for you to understand. The technology, of course, is extremely important. It plays a very, very big role. But there are many, many other areas that need to be worked on too for any student to be independent learner. I've just listed down a few examples of each of those 3 areas. Remember the 3 areas: assistive technology, adjustments in res halls, and academic accommodations. Just a few examples I have written down, but of course the longer list is the assistive technology list because these are the tools and devices that a lot of our students are using. Students with invisible disabilities only I'm talking about. They use these tools almost every day for all their daily reading, writing activities. Students with dyslexia, ADHD. In fact, if you see what I have written at the bottom for assistive technology, there is something written called no technology. There are students with a certain profile, some of them, they hate technology. They will not do anything related to even the simplest technology. And we do struggle with them because we know that if they just use a simple speech-to-text tool, they will be able to finish their assignment in like 2 hours. But they will keep sitting on it for 2 semesters. And when I say 2 semesters, I mean full 1 year. We have had quite a few students, mainly with autism, who refuse to use technology at any stage. In the classroom also, if they are sitting, they will scribble every word that comes out of the professor's mouth. But they will not use technology to present, to create the assignments. All assignments they will write with hand, and that takes ages. Right? They will do a research and create 5,000 word essay, but they will not be able to use technology to concise and make it a 500 word essay. So there are students who do not like technology is what I'm saying. But assistive technology, a lot of speech to text, you all have heard about these terms, so I'm not going to repeat them. The text to speech, the speech to text, the mind maps, the graphic organizers, these really are brilliant tools for somebody with dyslexia or ADHD or autism. They really, really benefit from it. Right? I think it's almost time, but let me see. This is the experience that I have. Challenges in using AT. I struggle getting the trainers to train my students in technology. Lack of training modules. If there are good training modules available, please do let me know. But I am looking for some. Lack of motivation to spend time learning. This is true for students. Many of them actually do not want to, and they are not able to, I can understand. They are not able to spend extra time on learning how to use technology too. because they are already so burdened with the work that they have. They would rather just keep doing what they have been doing for years. To get to integrate something new, no. So that motivation also has to be worked upon. And lack of a single point platform, again, there has to be an aggregator who creates, who comes up with a consolidated way of approaching technology. The last one, I guess, areas of need, according to me, this is purely, correct me if I'm wrong. I feel that there needs to be some tool that that's
Earlier worked at Indian Institute of Cerebral Palsy and TCS. Amongst his multitude of activities and forays, he has been a radio jockey, and his program Hal Cherona Bandhu had a continuous run of over 800 episodes. He has also been a film producer and actor in his previous avatars. So I don't know about anything else, but maybe there might be people here who would be interested in your film producing career and opportunities also. But thanks a lot, Dan, for coming over and for agreeing to talk about assistive technologies and the work that you've been doing, and also agreeing to share some of your personal experiences about invisible disabilities and ATs. Over to you.
Just with technical glitch. Am I audible? Okay, thank you. So, my slide change up, please. So, what Professor said is nothing. It's just something that I am gotten the opportunity and I got to do. So I've done nothing actually. So, so what I mean to say is that okay, again a technical glitch, sorry. Okay. So, yeah, now it's okay, there. So, I just wanted to tell you that assistive technology to me has been my life journey. I have kept two persons here. Dr. Kalam, who told all the time that I am nothing. I just am a reflection of my work. And Ma Durga, with her 10 hands, her 10 weapons, that 10 hands with 10 weapons are the assistive technologies that have enabled me today to become the person who I am. And working with assistive technology, not coming from a technology background, by the way. I'm a simple English graduate, but working quite fortunately with technology and with artificial intelligence. So my previous speakers have given some statements, problem statements. I can understand that problems and solutions are key to enable a person. And today, with my journey, I'm going to talk about multiple things. So first, I have to start with the definition of disability according to United Nations UNCRPD. But in here, I would like to tell you what was going on in my life, though the definition had a mouthful of words. You can see that all the things which were negative was pushing me to the oblivion till the time I accepted my disability to a level. Even now, sometimes when I am depressed, I cannot go out as the way that I want to. I feel horrible. I feel like, why can't I be a person without disability? Why it's me? And then I wait for the next morning to come. The next morning brings a new sun, new hope, and new ability. There, when all these were happening, I had a childhood. In my childhood, there was a pandemonium of diagnosis. Coming from a rare disease background, I would tell what rare disease background I come from. So, first, in my 1.5 years of age, I was diagnosed as a person with cerebral palsy. I am born and brought up in a. I am born and brought up. Why I am using the word born? Because as I got the opportunity in 1980s to get early intervention, that's why I am using the word born. I am born and brought up in an organization which is a first generation organization with fantastic teachers in line. And there I got opportunity to move to the next level. But pandemonium of diagnosis was going on in my life. Cerebral palsy, muscular dystrophy, neuromuscular dystrophy. No, nothing was there. It was just a simple genetic disorder due to which dopamine, a little bit of enzyme generated from our base of the brain, does not get secreted in a plentiful manner in my body. That caused all the disabilities in me, which was diagnosed when I was 25 years old. But before 25, I had a life. I had a life of an AAC user. AAC user that I can only refer to a role model who is God of many things, but to me, he is God of user of assistive technology. Professor Stephen Hawking, defeating the time, he lived. Defeating the science, he lived. Defeating every other odds, he moved on. So Professor Stephen Hawking used a software called Easy Keys, the same software that I used to communicate and deliver lectures in various conferences, and being a faculty in B.Ed in Special Education course in Jadavpur University's course of B.Ed. So this is my temple of childhood, Indian Institute of Cerebral Palsy. Indian Institute of Cerebral Palsy has helped me to grow, because in here, when I was 9 years old, in 1989, I was introduced to a computer. The computer would be of a size of that television screen. The monitor would be of a size of that particular frame that you are seeing of the lift. And that was the first introduction to a computer that I had. And that was my lifeline to answer questions. I had an excellent teacher. During that time, various programs could have been designed by using DOS-based programming system. And those DOS-based programming systems helped me to communicate by using yes and no as communication tool. Thereafter, what happened? I want to tell you a story, a small story that touched me, because one of my seniors, who comes from a severe intellectual disability background. Severe means that severe most. A good day of his, I cannot take the name because I want to keep his privacy. A severe means that he will be having a good day if his seizure attacks was below 25. And he will be having a bad day if his seizure attacks were more than 150. He will not be able to speak. He will not be able to do anything. He will just be on the wheelchair like this, in this posture. He will say no by turning his wheelchair like this with his leg. He will say yes by moving a step forward by his wheelchair. Nobody knew how he understood. He only reacted to Indian classical music. But we actually got to know his comprehension level during the time that his father passed away. Uncle was in his late 80s when he was diagnosed with cancer, and Bhaiya was with uncle on his wheelchair, touching uncle's hand when uncle was supposed to breathe the last breath. What happened was, as soon as uncle breathed the last breath, Bhaiya came out of the room. Doctors went in, they called uncle, that he has passed away. The complex understanding of death was something that he understood, which we never understood, that he understood. What kind of a solution can give that idea to us, that what is the cognition of a person with severe intellectual disability that can move the person to the next level? So the problem statements that comes with severe intellectual disability, who are not at all visible because of multiple reasons, are as follows. These problem statements are being identified with the lived experience by the virtue of bringing myself up with a severe disability people's background. We need to make a basket of assistive solutions, including technologies, because solutions and technologies are two separate things. Technologies cannot solve everything, but solutions can solve everything, including giving a technology to sort out a problem statement. And why we are telling that having a basket full of solution which is empty now will help us to give a solutions on a platter, that is because of a beautiful thing that we are developing at this point of time in Enable India. I just want to demonstrate that for just 2 minutes, and then I will end my lecture. Can you just switch to the browser? So, as Professor told, that in a way that I started my work, I started my journey in Enable India and with the grassroots innovations. And after collecting a huge amount of grassroots innovations from multiple parts of India, we wanted to make a delivery mechanism. But not only for the grassroots innovators, we realized that there are multiple channels of having solutions, but all those solutions are in silos. We don't get to approach them, see them, or understand them. That's why we want to bring up a comprehensive search mechanism which will be intuitive in nature for the grassroots level. This is about browser version of it. We have developed a telephonic version of it. I'm just going to demonstrate what it can do on the proper database that has been shared with us. We don't own any data. People own data, they share it with us, and we just make it discoverable under this program. So can you write a problem statement? My son has intellectual disability. My son has intellectual disability and he has problem in communication. What can I use? Then you put a enter. Then you see. There are multiple places. I got to know from parents that if you ask the same question in Google, it would be giving thousands of replies which may not be relevant. But in this technology, relevant answers would come, because we are fixing it in a way that hallucinations are removed. Can you put an enter? Yeah, enter. Ask. What can I do? Sorry? What was the question? Okay. What can I do? Yeah. Oh. Okay. Ask. Yeah. So now, this would show you we are removing the hallucination part, and you can see the question answers that have come here of intellectual disabilities and the communication challenges that they face to get the people the answers that is needed. So we intend to roll it out in another month's time, the telephone version of a number. And what we are doing with this, all the questions, all the problem statements are getting docked in the back end. And we are into a program, collaborative program with GDI Hub to identify the patterns of the problem statements and coming up with the research that are needed to taken forward to go into deep of the identifying the problem areas to either understand what are the problem areas that needs to be covered even more in a better way in a bigger way. So this is what we are developing. We have developed the browser form, and we are now going to roll it out in the phone in another 30 days time. The beta version is already ready, the phone version. Phone version we are making because to me it's very, very important to reach the grassroots, and this will cover the grassroots of the world by having to helping people to ask questions using their voice in their mother tongue to get a reply in their mother tongue in voice to remove the barrier of literacy as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan, for very interesting, very informative insights and the kind of work you're doing now. Any questions for Dan? Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks, Den. That was an excellent presentation. In terms of Dish, you started in India, I believe. Where do you want to go with it?
So our intent is to go to the deepest part of the grassroots in around the world. That's the whole intent of launching the telephone version of Dish and using mother tongue as whatever tongue of knowledge that they have to take forward. So what the technology offers is something that we can take it to the places where only a small internet connection is available. Even there is one phone in the village that can access Dish in phone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dan. I must say that there's a project discovery based on which this Dish platform works, and that is sourced from innovators from grassroots. So it's not, let's say, higher education, technical, professional kind of institutions only, or big tech firms that are providing those solutions. But these solutions are coming from families, these solutions are coming from people in neighborhoods who have found certain kinds of technologies, and technologies need not only be understood as something that's big in terms of scale and speed, but technologies are something that make us do what we want to do in a better way. And in that sense, this is a very interesting and a very important way of bringing communities together and bringing the user organizations and those who design technologies together towards the common and combined journeys of moving ahead. Thanks a lot, Jen.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, everybody.
So our next speaker is Mr. Shivram Deshpande. Mr. Deshpande is the head of operations at Samarthanam Trust for the Disabled. He has a specialization in basic development therapy for neurological disabilities, particularly cerebral palsy. He has worked in the disability sector for over 30 years. He has held leadership positions at national and international levels, managing various disability and development programs across Asia. He has worked as a developmental therapist for neurological disabilities, collaborated with close to 40 organizations across Asia to promote quality healthcare and education, disability inclusive education, livelihood, advocacy, violence against women with disabilities, disaster management, and community-based inclusive development programs. His contributions have been widely recognized, including by the United Nations. Thank you very much, Mr. Deshpande, for joining us today. May we invite you onto the stage. Just to add, Samarthanam also works with a lot of children and young adults with intellectual disabilities through their schools and partnerships, not only in Bangalore and Karnataka, but across the country.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I take this opportunity to organizers, Empowered Conference, and Dr. Amit Prakash. Today, it's a great occasion for us to provide some insights about our work, what we do in Samarthanam with regard to technology. We are beginners, honestly speaking, we are beginners in the space of technology. Samarthanam Trust for the Disabled is a 27-year young organization working for people with disabilities as well as other marginalized communities. Our journey is very, started from the grassroots, started a hostel for the students with disabilities, those who are pursuing higher education. And from there, we started our own school. And we were into, skilling. As of now, in our school, we have about 500 plus children with and without disabilities are studying together. It is kind of a reverse inclusion where non-disabled children come to our school and study, especially focused on family members and other marginalized communities with different kinds of degree of disabilities studying over there. And when it comes to the higher education, we provide support to more than 5,000 students with disabilities and without disabilities. Besides this, we are also into skilling and employment. In the last 1.5 years, we provided employment to more than 8,000 students with disabilities across the country through various skill training program and employment. We have a presence almost in all the states, especially in the areas of cricket for the blind. But our programs on education and skilling around 16 locations, we have a very strong presence. Besides this, we recently into technology. Honestly speaking, we started this program as an assistive technology accelerator. And due to COVID, somehow it has stopped for a while, as we all aware. And after that, we somehow, managed to start. We have a Muthu on board. I am from the grassroots work, and Muthu is from technology, who leads our technology wing. Muthu, are you here?
Yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah. So I felt it was a very good, match to look at the grassroots needs and how to reach out to people with disabilities under the able, leadership of Professor Amit Prakash and Dr. Mohan Sundaram sir. So both of them are giving a lot of hand-holding support to us. We realized that in the past couple of years that assistive technology has to reach all people with disabilities across India. In this space, we started our journey to modernize special school, especially looks at school for the blind, providing them technologies, after giving the technologies, setting up a lab or providing a various technology required. We also started providing training for them, capacity building, how to use this technology. And in the course of this action, we realized that we wanted to reach out to other types and categories of disabilities. Like that, we introduced Awas to some of the special schools in India, very few, maybe 5-6 schools, correct. And we looked at our content, what we deliver. in the space of IT, BPO, retail training, which we impart in 16 locations across our project locations, where we felt that there are students with deaf and hard of hearing comes there, and how can we reach out to them, make them to understand our content apart from the regular interpretation. There should be some material available for them. It is again invisible disability. So we realized that we have to come up with some material and have tie up with Deep Vision Tech, developed content, accessible content for the deaf students, by using automatic sign language. We looked at English, especially understanding English, which is very much required for students with hard of hearing and deaf. For them, while placing these candidates into retail and different sector, we felt that this is a great need, and then we are successful in deploying this in all 16 centers now. So these are effectively used as a result of, so many our deaf candidates have placed in different companies, and they are earning from 15,000 to 35,000. So as a result of this, pardon? As a result of this, what happened, many students who saw that and started reaching to us, especially universities, those who are in colleges and universities, they also wanted this kind of accessible content. So we thought of intervening, providing technology to universities. Two such universities are, one is Shakuntala Mishra University, we closely work with them and provide technology and other facility which is required for them. And we are also work with Ramabhadracharya University in Chitrakoot. You are all aware of his name. He is a very pioneer in the areas of establishing this education institute, where more than 1,300 students with disabilities studies over there. We provided technology, constant technology training by Muthu, and ensure that these students should have accessible content and technology for them. This is our journey. We started with the technology. Also, we looked at our schools, where we have a school for intellectually impaired and school for children with deaf and hard of hearing. We introduced these technologies. One is Avaz, and second one is a smart board, and third one is a automatic sign language, and the fourth is a computer. We work with closely AMBA and trying to impart education and vocational training for these students. So when it comes to invisible disability, it is not just only intellectual disability, but also psychosocial disabilities. We conducted extensive, consultation with more than 2,000 people with disabilities. What kind of a problem that they face in their day-to-day life? What kind of a technology that they use and what kind of a technology they want? We got a very interesting responses, especially to the topic that we are talking about, invisible disability. One of the mother was explaining us, my child is about 17-year-old. He has a psychosocial disability, and I find it very difficult to trace him when he goes out. And some of the parents with intellectual disabilities and autism spectrum disorders, they say that I'm not able to make eye contact with my child, right? How can I establish these eye contacts? Okay. And some of the responses that we receive, I don't have a bladder and bowel control. how can I control these things with the technology? There are very interesting responses that we received. We started explaining these to various startups with whom we work, with about 25 plus. Wherever occasions like this we come, we started asking questions. How can we address this, right? Today I met one of the startup here where it is a gazing device. So they showed me on the wall it was mounted, and they were explaining to me. I was asking them, I want to scratch my leg. How can I scratch? How this technology can help? When I am bedridden, I don't have anything, right? I cannot communicate. How can I communicate with your device? Like that, our thoughts are emerging. How technology can make a difference in the lives of children with, non-visible disabilities. So that is where we are into. We have a small video we would like to show you. We did it in a hurry after hearing about this conference and the topic from Professor Amit Prakash. We quickly compiled our experience. I request you to watch this for a while, and then we would like to explain to you some of the common challenges which have already emerged here and the way forward. And request Muthu to play the short video.
In our world, technology has become an integral part of everyday life. But for many individuals with invisible disabilities, like intellectual disabilities, accessing technology can be a significant challenge. Invisible disabilities are conditions that aren't always apparent. They can affect a person's cognitive, sensory, or physical functions. Intellectual disabilities, for example, can impact learning, communication, and problem-solving skills. Assistive technologies can play a crucial role in empowering individuals with invisible disabilities. These tools can help level the playing field and provide greater independence. Despite the advancements in AT, many challenges remain. Inaccessibility in existing technologies, lack of awareness, and limited funding can hinder progress. The future of AT is promising, With continued research and development, we can create a world where everyone has equal access to technology and can thrive. Join us in advocating for accessible technology and empowering individuals with invisible disabilities. Together, we can build a more inclusive future.
Thank you. Yes, the way forward, what I look at is one, we should have accurate data on invisible disabilities. How these all IITs, triple ITs, technology institutes, colleges, universities has to contribute towards development of appropriate tools to identify invisible disabilities, map out exactly what kind of a technology they are in need of, point number one. Number two, all of us are in the space, disability space, has to look at each one of us what we can take up, right? So there should be a very concerted, coordinated effort should happen in order to come up with a user-centric design. I think this is what I can say. I heard that time is up. There are a lot more to say, but there is no time. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Deshpande sir. Any questions for him? One quick. I know there's lunch waiting for all of you, but okay. But thanks a lot, and thank you to Mr. Deshpande, to Sayamdev, Reena, and Dr. Pai for excellent remarks and touching upon issues that are very important. I guess with the closing kind of lines in that video, together we can, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. There's a lot that has been done, and therefore we should definitely celebrate going back to what Dr. Ghai was talking about in her address. There is a lot to celebrate. There's a lot that needs to be celebrated. There is a lot that needs to be rebelled against. And there's a lot that we can do together. So we should do it together. We have to get innovation more democratic. We have to ensure that bigger firms, grassroots innovations, there is a space that is created. There's an ecosystem that gets created which has, which kind of provides space to all kinds of innovations to flourish. There is space that is provided for users, designers, technologists, experts, all of them to come together in forums like this and create solutions and create kind of efforts that will lead us to where we want to be. Thank you very much, all the panelists. Thank you to all of you who have been present here and very patiently listening to whatever has been going around. Thanks a lot. I think there is a lunch that is waiting for all of you. Thank you and all the best.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this highly anticipated panel discussion on the theme Voice of Consumers, Opportunities and Challenges in Accessing Assistive Technology. Assistive technology is an essential tool for empowering individuals with disabilities, providing them with greater independence, access, and inclusion. However, as with any technology, there are both opportunities and challenges in ensuring that it meets the diverse needs of its users. Today's discussion will center on the consumer's voice. Today's discussion will center on consumers' voice, those who rely on assistive technology and are directly impacted by it. Our esteemed panelist today brings a wealth of experience from various perspectives. They are not only end users themselves, but also professionals who shape the landscape of assistive technology as developers, policymakers, advocates, and service providers. This blend of expertise will offer us a comprehensive view of the opportunities and challenges in this vital field. It's my absolute pleasure to introduce our esteemed panel members today. I'm confident their insights will lead to a highly engaging and thought-provoking discussion. Let's take a moment to welcome them. Mr. Dipendra Manocha, convener and moderator of the session, has been working since 1993 to empower individuals with visual abilities, focusing on their inclusion in education, employment, and daily life through technology. He serves as the director of the Developing Countries Program of the DAISY Consortium and is a member of several key organizations, including IFLA Print Disability Section and the World Braille Council. Mr. Manocha is also involved in the Accessible Books Consortium of WIPO and has made significant contributions through his roles as a founder trustee of Saksham Trust, president of the DAISY Forum of India, and vice president of the National Association for the Blind, Delhi. Welcome, sir. Dr. Sharada Devi is an assistant professor of English at University College Thiruvananthapuram. She holds a PhD and an MPhil in English from University of Kerala. Her area of research is disability studies. She has published her research papers in UGC care-listed journals and also in academic books by leading publishers. Dr. Sharada is a wheelchair user advocating for disability rights. As a resource person, she has delivered more than 25 lectures for higher educational institutions within India. She presented a paper at a Women's Day special seminar organized by the Social Justice Department, Kerala. She was one of the invited experts for the workshop on women's career re-entry organized by Kerala Knowledge Economy Mission. She is also a part of the expert panel that helps Center for Management Development to reframe the Kerala state disability policy. She is interested in exploring the various intersections of caste, class, disability, gender, sexuality, etc. Welcome, ma'am. Mr. Dinesh Kaushal works in cloud-based core banking solutions at Publicis Sapient, where he handles multiple technologies and is constantly learning to stay ahead in the field. He also leads the business resource group for persons with disabilities, advocating for increased awareness and inclusivity. His contributions earned him the prestigious Aspire Award. Mr. Dinesh pioneered the development of an open source screen reader which enables people with print impairments to use computers and mobile phones. This work has recognized by the late President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. He also spearheaded an international project to develop mobile braille technology and contributed to the enhancement of the NVDA screen reader. He has presented at both national and international platforms like the Great India Developer Summit and the California State University Network. Welcome, sir. Mr. Sayomdev Mukherjee is a determined and dynamic leader in the disability sector with a rich professional history spanning multiple fields. Since 2019, he has been with Enable India, leading international projects, fostering global collaborations, and promoting disability innovation through initiatives like the Disabilities Innovative Solutions Hub. His work includes mentoring startups, catalyzing assistive solutions ecosystems, etc. As an executive producer, he has been involved in Bengali cinema and radio, hosting the award-winning program Hal Cherona Bondhu, which means Never Give Up, My Friend. Internationally recognized, Sayomdev has delivered lectures on augmentative and alternative communication and authored 2 inspirational books. His passion for traveling, sports, politics, and human rights fuels his ongoing advocacy for a more inclusive world. Sayomdev has received multiple awards, including the Zero Project Ambassador title 2024-2028 and the Role Model for Persons with Disabilities Award from the West Bengal government in 2019. Despite his physical challenges, Sayomdev has traveled across 21 states, including Ladakh, using his wheelchair, embodying his belief that life is a gift meant to be fully lived. Welcome, sir. Now I kindly invite Mr. Dipendra Manocha to come forward and kickstart the discussions.
Well, welcome everybody. Third day after lunch, nice school hall. Everybody knows what is the recipe for, right? Very nice recipe. So we'll have a discussion, and we 4 of us here on the stage are very happy fighting challenges. So I think we will take up that challenge of denying almost the inevitable. Okay? So let's see who wins. Whether the more voices will be from the stage or from the audiences. So today's discussion actually, how we have curated this session is that persons with disabilities are, we started saying that, okay, we are the consumers. Now, what we actually also realize that we are not just consumers. Persons with disabilities are also involved when it comes to assistive technology. We have a very important role to play in the development of assistive technology, providing services, user testing, etc., or even problem identification, so on and so forth. So there are several roles how persons with disabilities themselves need to be involved in the whole life cycle of an assistive technology. So we have various, 3 people sitting here are in 3 different roles, so to say, in terms of assistive technology. So we'll try to present the challenges and opportunities, or you can say challenges and benefits that disability brings in this sphere. So let's try to get that, and we will start with, I would like to start this panel discussion and our chit chat with Dr. Sharada. Dr. Sharada, as we know, just hasn't been introduced, she actually teaches English in a college, so she has several roles to play. And how is assistive technology actually helping her? What has been her struggle in terms of acquiring assistive technology, getting the appropriate assistive technology, life without that technology, and life with that technology? How has that helped in her journey? So Sharada, can you start with that part? And so she is actually coming in as the role of a consumer straight away, right? Okay.
Thank you, sir. Hello, everyone. So I'm a wheelchair user, so this is my tool of empowerment, my motorized wheelchair. So I have been using it from the year 2012 onwards. So ever since I started using this motorized wheelchair, I found my life totally changed. In fact, it has enabled me to participate more actively and independently in different fields of life, whether it is my personal space, my professional space, academic space, social space, and so on. So I have been able to receive a kind of visibility after I started using this motorized wheelchair. Before that, I didn't get that kind of visibility. So it changed my life altogether. A great transformation happened in my life. So in terms of mobility, like even here, if I'm able to come here today to be a part of this panel discussion, to speak to you all, it's only because of this assistive technology, this assistive device. So yeah, assistive technology is something that is greatly empowering all persons with disabilities, not just wheelchair users, but since I'm a wheelchair user, my lived experiences are that of a wheelchair user. So I'm just mentioning that only. So I know that, like me, there are many other wheelchair users, like Sayom Dev, for example. We find these assistive devices, including motorized wheelchairs, is highly empowering. So whenever I get a chance to speak or write about my identity as a person with disability or as a wheelchair user, I always say that I regard my wheelchair as a tool of empowerment. It is not something that limits me. I know many people, even mainstream media, they always describe wheelchair users as those who have been restricted to wheelchairs, those who are bound to wheelchairs, wheelchair bound. That is the term that the public always likes to use. But I always try to ensure that I am communicating this idea that wheelchair is actually an empowering device, an empowering tool, especially motorized wheelchair.
Sharada, I want some follow-up questions. Like, can you introduce your wheelchair? Like, did you buy it yourself, or did you actually get it under any specific program? Or is this wheelchair manufactured in India? Can you introduce your wheelchair, and how did you actually get it? Because we want to know about that experience, because that will be very important for the assistive technology industry to know about.
Yes, sir. I actually bought it. We bought it in 2012, and this is from the company called Ostrich Mobility. So it is actually based in Bangalore. This is an imported one. So the company imports the wheelchair parts from Europe, particularly England, and then they assemble the parts together and supply it to the consumers. So we bought it in 2012. And along with that, I got my vehicle customized as well. So yeah, it was costly also at that time, but because of my social situation and my privilege, I was able to afford that. But I know other people with mobility challenges will not be able to afford it.
If I understand correctly, isn't this like a motorized wheelchair in 2012, there would have been things manufactured in India also at that time, isn't it? Were there any motorized wheelchairs in India which were manufactured in India?
At that time, I'm not sure whether any local manufacturers were there, because when I started using this wheelchair, when I started going out into the public spaces, people were like looking at me in wonder, like they were seeing such a motorized wheelchair here for the first time. So I think that during that period, there were not many local manufacturers, but I think now we have so many local startups. Even in Kerala also, I think there are some companies, some firms that are bringing up their own motorized wheelchairs, and even in other states also, they have their own regional versions of motorized wheelchair.
And was this your first wheelchair that you used, or did you use any other wheelchairs also before that?
Before using this, I had a manual wheelchair.
You had a manual?
Yeah.
And that was an Indian one, or was that also?
No, that was an ordinary.
Huh?
That was an ordinary Indian-made one.
Indian-made one.
That we usually find in market.
So what was the reason that made you shift? I mean, like, if there were Indian wheelchairs and which were manual and which were not so costly, could you highlight any specific reasons or benefits that you saw in this wheelchair that made you shift and get a wheelchair from outside India specifically for this?
Yeah, at that time, my family came to know about this novel concept called motorized wheelchair. So then when we came to know about it, we thought it was a good idea, especially because of this technology itself. In manual wheelchair, it was not possible for me to move alone, because I will need the assistance of somebody to push the wheelchair from behind. So it was like limiting my possibilities. So I have to depend on some people. More extra dependence was needed. But once I started using this wheelchair, it was like a liberating experience, a kind of liberating experience. Of course, I will need some kind of assistance still, like to take some things and so on. But in terms of mobility, if the spaces are accessible, then I find it very easy to navigate through the public spaces in this wheelchair. So it was after I started using this wheelchair that I could explore more opportunities in my academic life as well. Just like opening the door to a lot of opportunities for me. So, yeah.
And do you use any other assistive technology besides the wheelchair for any other kind of activities or day-to-day functions?
In connection with this, I have got my vehicle, my car, customized. There's a ramp that is attached to the vehicle so that I can easily get into the car and go to different places. Other than that, I am not using any kind of assistive technology. Of course, lift, when we navigate public spaces, elevators or lifts are also needed. So maybe that also comes under the assistive technology category. Other than that, I'm not using any other.
And this car adaptations, what was done, that was done locally in India itself?
Yeah, that was done here.
That know-how existed.
Yeah.
So today, do you see any, have you experienced any other motorized wheelchair which is manufactured in India? Have you experienced any such wheelchair?
No, not yet, sir. I haven't experienced the latest developments in motorized wheelchairs, but I came to know that now there are different kinds of advancements that are happening. Right. For example, I read somewhere that Now there are even smart wheelchairs that can be operated using voice commands. Then AI-driven wheelchairs are in the making, etc. I have read about them, but I haven't tried them out.
Do you see any challenges right now that you face in this wheelchair and wish that you had some advanced version so that something better could help you, something more?
One challenge was that, of course, affordability is an issue, but because of my social situation, I could manage that somehow. But as a researcher also, I should say that affordability is one of the most important challenge when it comes to assistive technology for wheelchair users, especially in the case of motorized wheelchairs. Because motorized wheelchairs with advanced quality, most of them will be expensive. So we know most of the persons with disabilities still belong to the low-income areas or the rural areas, underprivileged communities. So they won't be much educated, they won't have any stable financial basis. So naturally they will find it difficult to buy a motorized wheelchair.
But let me put my question in one more way. What should an Indian company who's making a motorized wheelchair offer you to convince you to change your wheelchair to a new one? What more facilities should they offer you so that you are convinced and to change to a new wheelchair with motorized wheelchair?
Yeah, I will answer it based on my experience with ostrich mobility itself. So I had to change my wheelchair battery for a couple of times. So the main issue that I found was that it doesn't have any other regional service centers. The only office is in Bangalore. So we can imagine the time taken to deliver any service will be long. So they don't have any regional centers. So I think that's the important point here. So just imagine, even if a person with mobility issue belonging to a rural area gets such a wheelchair, if that service is required, how will that person be able to get that service? Because there is no regional center in the rural area. So I think that will be one point that will convince me, the first point that will convince me. And of course, durability, quality and durability of motorized wheelchair is also important. Ostrich wheelchair, it is high in quality, I should say that. So even though it is costly, I should say that I am very much satisfied with the kind of quality of the wheelchair. So durability and quality are also important, and also, yeah, the reachability of services in all areas. That is also important.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I think that's a good challenge for the wheelchair producers. Here is a case. Please convince her to buy a new wheelchair now, Indian based. Right. So let's shift to different disability, and I'm introducing Dinesh Kaushal again. He has been introduced. But there is one thing is that I know him for past 28 years, so I can actually joke with him and this thing, so don't take it otherwise. I know him for past 28 years, so we are buddies that way, right? So, but only thing, and why I'm showing this disclaimer is that there is one thing that how more weird can you become than him? Right. You know, here is a person who was said that you can't study maths and science after class 8. Okay? So he was pushed to humanities in class 9th to 12th. Then this fine gentleman says, no, I want to do commerce. And he did his graduation in BCom. Commerce. And then when it comes to post-graduation, he says, now I want to study science. Just imagine. And so there's a person who's asked to not to study mathematics after class 8 and to get the entrance exam to MSc Computer Science. He had to study mathematics of graduation level. So a person who left math science in class 8, did class 12th in humanities with subjects like, what were your subjects?
Political science, social studies, Hindi, and English.
Your mic?
Yeah, so my subjects were political science, Hindi, social studies, and English, and I think that's it. Sanskrit as well, yeah.
Wow, good. And such good subject to study commerce, right? Okay. So in graduation, your subjects became?
Accounting, economics, and I think more economics and accounting related subjects, and business maths, where I struggled a lot.
Wow.
So.
And then in your post-graduation, your subjects are?
Computer architecture, software development, software engineering, and other software related subjects.
So would anybody blame me if I say that here is a weird character out here? No, not at all.
So nobody can blame you, but I think you were the catalyst for that.
Yeah, it's throwing back at me. Okay. Thank you for throwing it back to me. So he obviously is being introduced here as a developer because he was the one who took up that challenge that when we said that we have screen reading softwares, and I had started teaching screen reading softwares at NEB Delhi way back in 1993 onwards. That's when I actually learned myself, and then within 2-3 months, I started teaching that. Now, after that, for almost more than a decade, or 1.5 decades, this software would work only in English, in none of the Indian languages. So anybody who would say that I'm studying in Hindi medium or any Indian language medium, we would say, please go out, we don't have anything to offer to you. Right. So it's not a very happy situation, so we were labeled so many.
And then cost also was like 3 times or 4 times the salary of an average Indian.
So Dinesh Kaushal, at the time when he was doing his MSc post-graduation MSc Computer Science, built the first screen reading software of the country. Huge thing, I must say.
Thank you very much.
So we called it SAFA, Screen Access for All, and that was the first screen reading software that worked in Hindi language. It was kept open source, and then of course the story kept on growing, and he has been contributing in this field of assistive technology, and then has shifted to the mainstream. Right now, of course, he is completely into the mainstream software development field. So my questions actually, Dinesh, if you can share some of your struggles of as a user of assistive technology in this whole weirdness of subjects that you were handling. So what were the challenges, and possibly also then sharing possibly we can come to that question later on. First, let's hear your challenges on this.
Yeah. Okay. So I think first thing I just said, first time I remember when I went to a conference where I was shown a scanning and reading device, and I was really excited. I thought, okay, I'll buy this. My parents were convinced. It was like 1,25,000 rupees in 1996, and then I was so excited. I thought, okay, this can change my life, or probably I can study other subjects that I did later. But then I met Mr. Dipendra, and he told me, you don't need to buy this. You can buy a software and put it on any computer, and that software will read out things for you. And I started using that software, and first thing is that it suddenly opened the entire world to me, as it did for Dr. Sharda, that I could read anything. Before that, we only had limited books. We had very limited recorded books, and that was the reason why we were not studying those subjects, because it's a chicken and egg situation, that you don't have students who are studying these subjects, so people are not making them available. And there is a mindset issue also, that our schools thought that, our special schools especially, thought that persons with disabilities cannot study maths because they don't have material. And I think there was not will also, because I remember when we had teachers who would come for teaching us and who were doing B.Ed courses, they would do innovative ways to teach maths and other tactile subjects, but our teachers won't do it. So that was the limitation there. But when I got to know about this technology, and then I started learning, and then I started feeling that what I'm doing, I mean, I switched to commerce because it was exciting. My friends were doing that, and it had maths. But my real heart was in computer science only, because in 9th grade, I saw somewhere that IIT students at that time, they were trying to do something, build some technology, but they were not making it as per our requirement. So I thought that we need to be there, because we know exactly what we need, and if we can participate in that, that would be great. So in passing, I mentioned once to Mr. Dipendra, saying that I wish we could develop screen reader, and I didn't realize that he would make it happen. So he arranged the infrastructure, he connected me with different people, and then we started working on it. So all that happened, and we were able to make that work in the beginning. And the interesting thing is, the same software that we had developed is also now being, the software is not itself being used, but the team which developed NVDA, which is the dominant open source screen reader, they also looked at the same software that we had developed, and to see how they could take it forward. So those, now that's how I used and developed technology. And in the middle also, and thanks to him as well, I got to know that in United States, there is a library which produces books which I can use to read maths and science subjects. And but the books were in a different format. And I don't know how many of you would know what is a cassette player or something. It's a really old technology. So in a cassette, there would be usually 1 hour recording, but they had modified it in such a way that they could record 4 hours of material. So then he showed me that, and like, how will we do this? So the device will cost $10,000. You have to import it. And so with some, what yesterday people mentioned, jugaad. So we figured out how to modify a regular cassette player in just 300 rupees. So I could listen to the books, and I think many others could also listen to those books. Those are the things that what I'm getting at is that we ourselves have to do solutions for our own challenges, as well as anybody who is developing technology should involve people with disabilities from the beginning. In fact, even at the stage of, maybe we should say, even when you're deciding funding and all those things, people should be involved, because we know what we need. And at the same time, there is also this concept called design thinking, which you can use if you are not sure. So don't try to be a hero that you want to develop something for someone and give it. So the stages were like this. Initially, people tried to do something for us, and they miserably failed. And I would not go into details, but somebody had created a device which could only read character at a time in 15 Indian languages. They had put in so much of effort and money, but it was not useful for reading, because you can imagine if I say HELLOWORLD, will that make any sense to anybody for understanding the context of what is being read? So they didn't include people with disabilities, people with blindness, when they were developing the technology. So that was wastage of money and time and effort and reputation as well. So that's important. That's why, and the second stage is where people with disabilities are included. The next level is where people with disabilities themselves lead the projects. And that's the stage, and the stage next, which is people with disabilities can also decide which products should be funded. So that's what about.
Sorry, yeah. Okay, so in this journey, I mean, one of the things I think when we worked on the SAFA software, so what is your take on this, that what is the benefit that came of you yourself being the user and the developer? How much difference did it make in creating a software like a screen reading software?
I think the first thing is we didn't waste a lot of time in figuring out what needs to be done. So we knew exactly where are the challenges. And even then, when I was doing that, I mean, I also sought feedback from other users, because even though I am blind and I can add value to what I'm developing, I also wanted to know what broader segment of other blind people would need. And often I would do like this. I think I would develop a feature, and then next day I'll share it with you. You would give me feedback that, this is not done, modified like this. So that feedback was very important, but primarily I think we saved a lot of time. We were able to, from start to end, and I don't know how to explain, because screen reader is a very complicated technology. You have to work with every application in the operating system. So for you, for example, Word, Notepad, WordPad might look same, but to a software developer, they all three look different. So we had to figure out how to talk to all of these and then develop the thing. Then we had to hack into the operating system and everything. So all that work could be done in 10 months. That cannot be done in 10 months if we didn't have quick feedback.
Yeah, so two things here. I think one was that while Dinesh was developing the SAFA software, there was a team, there was this World Summit on Information Society, I remember, and one of our ministers had gone there and committed to create something for the world. And a very reputed research lab in India was given that task, and they came up to show the demo of what they developed. So it was reading website without pause, without any control. If there was a link, we could not actually open it. And that was what was developed by spending almost 2 crores of rupees at that time, in early 2000s. And when we said that, no, we need all this, they said, no, that can't be done. And right on the next computer, SAFA was running, and with all those features running on it. So this was, and I guess this is just because the users are involved in it. And I also remember the screen reading software called JAWS, everybody knows. One of the developers, Chris Hofstadter, once said, it is easier to teach software development to a person with blindness to develop a screen reading software than to teach a software developer what a person with blindness would need in a screen reading software. So, okay, so that was something which is, but as a software developer, did you find any challenges that you really were struggling with?
Lots of them. So one thing is that every time we come across any new application, whether it's a software development application or any other, the first question that comes to our mind, anybody in the audience can say that, will my screen reader work with that, right? And sometimes we are reluctant because we don't know whether it will work. Should we waste our time and doing that? So same thing happened with me when I was exploring different software development tools, which we called integrated development environment, where you are supposed to do a lot of things with clicks, mouse clicks and all that. So there will be, when we are doing something wrong, errors will come, or whether those errors are readable with my screen reader or not. All those challenges were there. And up until a few years ago, Visual Studio, Microsoft tool was also not very accessible. We had to struggle. So I would often do my programming on command line just by typing on the command line and using Notepad because that's the most accessible way. But anybody who has done software development, they would know how many challenges I would face if I am not using the IDE. So I would not be able to use IDE because those IDEs were not accessible. Microsoft has recently worked a lot hard, and I'm pretty sure there would be people with disabilities involved who have made it happen that it's now accessible.
Perfect. So another example of why universal design needs to be followed, because you never know. We are not seeing Dinesh as a consumer, but as a software developer. That's why the software development tool itself has to be accessible, and those aspects kind of get.
And even other tools. For example, nowadays when I'm working in the mainstream, I'm also using tools like the tools that are used to manage the if there is a problem or what task I'm working. It's called Jira. If that's not accessible, I struggle there also. So, and I'll take more time. Sometimes I'm not able to do things. So accessibility has multiple levels. One is where you're not able to do anything at all. That's really bad. Second is when you can do it, but it takes you more time, and then while you're doing that, someone else has finished their task. So that's not nice. So screen readers have developed a few things which make it so quick to find new information. So we need to work on those levels, not only whether it can be done or not.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, now let's move to, now again, I think this thing is happening. Aren't you Dan? Huh? But your name was pronounced as something else completely.
Yes.
Yes.
Sayamdev Mukherjee.
Okay. So what do we call you now?
Den.
Okay. Okay. I would not repeat what I was repeating for Dinesh. I will not use those words here. So, okay. Sorry. Okay. So then here now, of course, he comes in with this with a separate hat of being working with Enable India. He comes in as a service provider. So he is actually in a deep way involved in taking assistive technology to the users, right, Dan?
Yes.
Yeah. So can you actually share your challenges and experiences on these things, and what has really worked for you, and what has been the benefit of being a user yourself in taking these things forward?
So I will wear two hats here. One is of user, and one is of dissemination of assistive solutions. So as a user, what I found is organizations are very important, where people are working or people are going for their studies. So in developing world, we always know that there is a limitation of resources. But in Enable India, we have seen that inclusion is a non-negotiable thing. You cannot negotiate inclusion. So when I applied in Enable India from Calcutta, shifting from Calcutta to Bangalore was a challenge because I have to live with a caregiver. I joined in a very humble kind of rank in my office. And there I needed a caregiver, which was very expensive. So Enable India started for the first time the caregiver allowance. They set up, we set it up a fund called Disability Inclusion Fund. From there, all kind of assistive solutions, assistive technology. As you can see, I am a person on wheelchair, and I am using multiple assistive solutions, technologies, to work in my laptop independently. All those things are given by my organizations so that I can optimize my capacity. Then when I switch my hat to a distributor or a dissemination person, what I find, sir, is that information lack. Information lack because of our disability sector works in various silos. And various silos have various enriched information which are not available under one umbrella. So there I found a big kind of challenge in dissemination of what solutions there are. People can find, replicate, use, purchase, or even create an idea to make and make it available for the people. So this is a challenge that I found, and this is an advantage that I found in Enable India by working there.
So, any kind of experiences that you would like to share in terms of, as I said, of taking the assistive technology to users, or in the development? I'm sure you are also part of Enable India, involved in the development of assistive technology in testing,
yes,
and
yes,
testing,
yes.
etc. So can you share a few experiences on that?
Yes, yes, yes. We have started with our development of various tools, digital platforms, because we realized that unless we develop digital platforms, our people who are in a real need would not get those supports. So primarily, we all know the people with visual impairment and digital literacy. The tool called Blimey had been initiated and developed by Enable India. Then after that, after developing Blimey and continued development of Blimey in multiple languages of world and replicating that to Chile, we started to understand the value of grassroots innovations. The grassroots innovations, why do we understand the value? Why did we want to understand the value? That's a question. Because we realized in a time that unless we collect the understanding of people who are innovating in the grassroots level and collect those solutions, modifications which have been used to make people empowered or restore agency to people with disabilities, we are just scratching the ocean, top of the ocean. So in that situation, we always went to the people, went to a project called Project Discovery. Project Discovery is a project where since 2020, we are reaching out to various parts of India, various people, various grassroots organizations, and telling them that whatever solution, whatever assistive mechanism, solution, modifications that they have developed for all kinds of disability, they can share it, and we have made an award around it so that people have that competitive approach also in a friendly way, and that would be helping the community as a whole to participate and get together in understanding the value of assistive solution and assistive technology. After which we realized that we are developing one more silo. Then when the next part of revolution of AI came 2 years back, 2.5 years back, at that point of time we decided that let us make a platform where all kind of assistive solutions which are already published will be available under one umbrella. That's the time that we started to develop this AI-based platform called Disabilities Innovative Solutions Hub, which we call DISH. And when we started to develop that particular project, I was quite fortunate to lead that project as a product manager. And we collaborated with multiple parts of the world, And we collected multiple channels of published data, made it available, and completed our first level of testing with 200 users. Then we went back to the community, asked for feedback. So they told that how do you reach the grassroots level in the world, not only in India. Indian context and world context are two different things that we need to work on. So when we talk about the grassroots, nobody knows how to reach the grassroots, how to crack the last mile, because we are very good at reaching the prior to the last mile, but we are not that good at reaching the last mile. So we wanted to really crack that problem statement. Therefore, we made this program, which is Dish, available in phone. In next 1 month, this testing would be over. Beta launch has been done. Now the testing is going on. And every part of world, wherever the tad bit of internet connection is available, even one mobile phone in the village is available, people would get to know the assistive solutions using their mother tongue. And we have also cracked one more thing, that is the problem of literacy. People in the grassroots may not have that literacy which would make them able to type down a problem statement. So what we are bringing here is that you can just record your voice and upload, and within seconds, the voice would reply to you in the language that you have asked the question in and give you the answer for the problem statement, and would come up with the answer. And those are the answers which would be connected and collected from around the world, from open source databases which are already there, because multiple silos are there. And this is the way that I believe that we are bridging the silos rather than breaking the silos.
Perfect. Thank you. That's so lovely to hear. So, just a last question. Like, for example, does it really connect to any of the problems that you faced, the kind of solutions that you have built? Because, like, for example, I had a problem in my college that I could not read and write love letters. Okay? So I came up with the solution that we could read and write with computers, and I taught that to Dinesh, and now his wife is sitting in the audience.
You guys have been really successful, sir.
Yeah, right? So
I congratulate you. You guys have been successful.
So any such example then
yes,
from you? Right?
Yes. So if I write a problem statement that I want to write a love letter, I am a person with visual impaired, or if I write a taking my context. Okay, I cannot read a letter because I am a person with dyslexia. So I want to read a letter from my girlfriend. Give me a solution to read my letter. This is a problem statement. If I put that problem statement up in the Dish platform, it would give me the feasible answers which are existing in the database. If database do not have that answer, it would tell, it will not hallucinate. It would tell that I don't have this answer, I will get back to the community, and then we will get back to you. So then that problem statement would go back to us, our team. We will get the answer and tag it to the Dish platform so that the answer is discoverable.
Oh, great. Fantastic.
So everybody can read and write love letters.
Right. Perfect. Fantastic. I think that's one problem, really a huge problem solved for all of us. Okay, so any questions for any of the three of these panelists here? I mean, people can raise hand, and some volunteer will need to help us identify those people over here, please. We can take at least 2 questions. Is there somebody watching who's... Okay. Yeah.
The thing is, there is a lot of machine learning algorithm is available, but the thing is, where the data we will capture from the brain. There is no device available for the brain machine interfacing is not available. So there is a lot of solution that is so far is not possible to solve. That can be solved if we more focus on that interfacing.
So, thanks for the question. I intentionally took the microphone from Dr. Manocha because I really wanted to answer this particular thing, because we all know that our disability movement has started. We are the first generation of people in this hall. We are the first generation of people who are referring to disability as a problem statement, and we are working on it. We may not have any reference point. We are making those reference points from where the solutions are going to be found gradually. In the world, no revolution has been successful. It has to be an evolutionary pattern that has to come from everybody. We have to be diligent, and patience is a key to our growth. Having patience, having diligence, if we can continuously work, our generations coming after us would reap the benefit of our work and get a life of dignity and empowerment that we are starting to have and starting to envision for each and every person in the world.
Even that wheelchair can be turned into a robotics.
Yes, sir. Everything can be done, but it would take time to come. Since the time I was a kid, I have seen the changes in the world of disability in the last 40 years. In this conference, I've seen the changes happening in last 2 years even. And in last 5 years, we have come a long way. So changes will happen. Changes are coming up. We just have to keep our thoughts together and work together and be together.
Thank you.
Yeah, just wait, Dinesh.
So the question that you have asked is there anything where brain connecting thing? There is work going on which is called brain computer interface. People are working on it, and there was a news from OpenAI, the company which created ChatGPT, that they have created something called Neuralink, which is kind of attempting that. But we have to be very careful because software can mess up a lot of things. So connecting our brain with the chip will take a lot of time because it requires a lot of testing before we can actually do it.
You mean to say it can send your love letter to a wrong girl? Yeah. Okay. Okay, last question. Any other?
Hi, my name is Archit, and my question is this: that as a consumer, if your device breaks, I just want to know, like, what has it been your experience in getting the device repaired or fixed? And I'm sure there's a case-by-case thing, because different companies can give you, we probably have the ability for different companies will be different. So I just want to know A, your experience, and B, whether it is an issue for a lot of consumers in the country.
I think Sharda, do you want to take it? Dr. Sharda? No, she is asking if your device, if your wheelchair, for example, stops working, what kind of support services you can get. Is it easy to get it repaired, etc.?
There have been 2 times when my wheelchair got this problem. I mean, the battery got expired. So then it was like my whole life is centered on this wheelchair. So at that time I was a bit like helpless situation. But thankfully I could manage within a few days itself. The battery was expensive. Actually, when we contacted this Ostrich mobility company, the price that they quoted, it was actually twice or thrice the standard price of the batteries that we find in market. But we didn't go for that. Instead, we opted for the usual batteries that we find in our cars and other bikes and so on. So it's suitable for motorized wheelchair as well. So, but when it comes to the quality or the warranty, it will be only for 1 year, depending on the use also, of course. But we opted for that. So, but actually, we didn't get the batteries here from Trivandrum. We had to collect it from Ernakulam. So that was one problem that I faced. But thankfully, at that time, I was not in a busy situation. Like, I didn't have to go out for any urgent activities and so on. So I was able to manage that. But yeah, this is always in my mind because after all, assistive technology is an empowering one, but still sometimes machines can break down also. So yeah, I always think about that, but now I have the solution, this idea in my mind. Like, we know where to get this battery from. We have saved the number of that store from where we can get the batteries. So yeah, so that's how I'm planning to manage this crisis. But I can't think of that actually, because especially after joining the government service, because it was after that I started exploring more. Because basically I'm someone who has an ambivert character. So it was only after I got into permanent employment that my whole identity itself changed. So I started interacting. Of course, I have been interacting with people even before joining my government service as a PhD scholar. But after joining service, my interaction with people have increased. So now I can't imagine such a situation. But if that happens, I know how to tackle it. But this is possible for me. But like I said earlier, for a person belonging to an underprivileged background, it will not be an easy task to access these batteries and to access any further service that is required. So it is only because of my privileged position. I should say that, because I have been born and brought up in a social situation that has been favorable to me, despite the challenges posed by my disability. So it was only because of my privilege that I could manage all these things. But we can't say that it's possible for all people with mobility issues. Yeah.
So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think with that, let us close down this session. I think it was wonderful. Let's have a big round of applause for all the three panelists here. What a wonderful aspects you have brought in for all of us. Thank you so much. And I hope we were able to keep the snores down for everybody barring one or two people. If yes, then please clap loudly once more. Thank you.
We officially conclude this session. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our esteemed moderator, Mr. Dibendra Manocha, for his insightful guidance and leadership throughout today's panel discussion. A sincere thank you to all our distinguished panelists for sharing their valuable perspective and expertise. Lastly, we are grateful to the audience for active participation and thoughtful questions. We look forward to continued collaboration in the future. Thank you once again.
पर आ जाओ.
Good evening, everyone. We are now moving to the last event for today here at Marigold. So it will be a panel discussion on assistive technologies from concept to market success. And I would like to introduce to you the moderator for our session, Mr. Mohan Sundaram. He is the founder of RT Lab. Please, sir. So for our panel members, I would like to first invite Mr. Ben Hardman. He is the head of innovation at GDI Hub, which is part of UCL in London. Mr. Vignesh Pashupati, he's the head of technology at Avas. And I would like to invite Mr. Praveen Kumar. He's the CEO of Dextrovate Devices and also my friend. And finally, joining this wonderful panel, I would like to invite myself too. I'm Arvind, currently working as the program director at NCAT Niche. I was previously the founder of Flexmotive Technologies also.
Heard? Yeah. So warm welcome to the panelists, and we have about an hour. So I'm thinking we'll have about 45 minutes or 50 minutes where we will sort of have a small parley here and throw it open for questions from the audience. So this is one stakeholder community that probably has been bashed and battered around quite a bit for not having met the requirements or not having done things properly and all that. But this stakeholder community has its own sets of challenges. And it's good to and important for you to know what are the challenges that this community faces in trying to build assistive tech solutions for end users that we have, right? Being a startup guy myself, I am from the disability field, I can tell you it's a very hard grind, and most entrepreneurs who decide to work in this space of assistive technologies are actually brave hearts. And I think to that extent, they need a lot of support from everyone around to try and make this a better world for us to live in, right? So what we will do is we have three people who've done startups, and Arvind wears two hats. Okay, Ben sort of comes from the space where he's been an enabler in the ecosystem for startups to build products, and so we will get a external bird's eye view of what startups go through from an enabler when we listen to Ben trying to talk about his own experiences and what he has observed. So let's quickly get into the discussion. We're talking about concept to market for products in the AT space, and it's important for us to know how these products and companies started. So I'd like you to take about a couple of minutes to give a brief about how you started, where you started, and what your journey has been in timelines and volumes or whatever, and where you are right now. So I'll start with you.
Is it audible? Yeah. So our story goes back a long way. We've been there for quite some time. So we started off as 4 IIT people coming together wanting to build innovative solutions. So they started off trying to find problems in the Indian market and build hardware solutions for that. So we started off as a company building milk vending machines to solve smaller problems. And at a point, we attended an event in Vidyasagar, which is a special course in Chennai. And once we went to that event, we noticed non-speaking adults communicating and conducting a play. And we identified that there was a gap where they did not have any solutions at that point to help them. And most solutions were from the US or other countries that had to be imported, that were costly and not localized. So that's where the journey started, with building this Avaz as a solution. At that point, this was a pre-iPad era. So we started off as a hardware company, building our own hardware and putting our software into it and selling it. We did that for about 2 years. Once iPads and the App Store started coming out in about 2012, we had to take a call of which direction we want to go in. And at that point, we felt that given the market and the lack of awareness in India itself, scaling a hardware solution might be difficult. So we took the path of going software way. And then we became an iPad-based app. And then once Android came into picture, we also went into Android. So we built ours from 2012 to about 2016 for about 4 years. We iterated on that. We're selling in the US, and the revenues were growing, but not as fast as we would like to. We did a small pivot between 2016 to 2018 with the learnings that we'd made at that point, kind of venturing into language learning and building English learning apps. We had raised a couple of rounds of VC funding at that point in time, but that did hit a ceiling. So what we noticed was during that 2 years where we did not focus on Avaz, we continued to see traction in people downloading it and using it in different countries. So we kind of downsized at that point. In 2018, we downsized from a team of 20 to 5. And then we decided these 5 people found this problem to be compelling enough to notice a traction that was there and decided we're going to be focusing on this problem and solve it to the core. So we started there. 2018, 2019, then COVID hit. COVID kind of changed the game for a lot of companies. And at that point, we also moved away from just a software-based company to also offering services and courses. Because one, everything moved online. And then there's a lack of infrastructure and professionals who are trained with the system. So we started offering our own trainings to build that ecosystem in place. And we also started offering teletherapy services for people to have language and communication therapy, which is pretty much lacking in India. Only speech therapy is pretty common, but no one works on communication as an aspect itself. So I did both of that. And that's been going on. I think in the last 5 years, we haven't raised any funding technically, so we've been going on our revenues. So current offerings, we are on the product, the services of teletherapy and the trainings. We are selling in the US, India as the primary markets, though we do have people buying it in the rest of the world, 5 regions about France, UK. Given it's a software product, even if not focusing on that, there's a automatic traction that goes along that. So that's kind of the rough journey over the last, say, 15, 16 years of sorts of where we are right now.
Okay. Hi. So we started my company Flexmotive Technologies in the year 2017. It started when one of my co-founder Srinivas at IIT Delhi, he had a very bad score in one of his subjects. So the professor gave him an option: do some innovation, I'll give you a better score. So that's how the initial idea came. I mean, the motivation came. Then he remembered, what problem statement should I do? Then he remembered during his placement, one of his friend wanted to attend external interviews and it was in Mumbai. So he had a fractured leg. So Srinivas traveled along with him to Mumbai for the interview process. And during that process, he understood how difficult it was to move with the crutches. And then it remembered, oh, that's how Asin was introduced to in the movie Gajini, right? When the young kids could not walk along the cattle grid. Then he came back and told me this was a problem. And we decided to work on it. And that's how he got his marks in his subject, and we got the idea of a product. We initially thought, we had some good offers in a hand, maybe we will take up a job and we will give this to somebody else as a technology transfer. But then the more we went inside the problem statement, we went to AIMS, we went to a couple of other NGOs, we realized this is a market nobody wants to touch, right? Innovation, because there's a lot of hesitation with people when it comes to innovative product, and more importantly, since our design was a value-added product. Basically, we gave them a crutches which would not slip in a bathroom, or you can take it to multiple terrains. But that means it's an extra cost. It's definitely not a cheaper alternative, and nobody was willing to touch it. And we decided, let's make it ourselves, let's sell it ourselves. And that's how we started our company in 2018. Thankfully, we got a good grant from the government to boost our R&D, and then onwards we started our journey. Right now, it is in the process of being acquired by another, the product is being acquired by another company, and we are looking for new products to be developed.
Yeah, hi. This is a classic engineer turned entrepreneur story, how we started the company. So I'm the only founder of this, and I was in my final year of college at Anna University in Chennai, and there was a competition announced at IIT Madras. And I thought, okay, I didn't get a seat at IIT Madras, but at least let me attend a competition there. So that's how it started. But I had this idea of doing a head mouse. So that's what we make. We make head mouse for people with upper limb disabilities to control smart devices. That's at least the statement that I give now. But back then, my statement was very different. It was like a cool gadget that tracks the head movement to enable very intriguing control of smart devices that can be used for gaming. This was a problem statement that we were addressing at that time. And when this competition was announced, I already had a prototype of this particular technology, but I took a call that, okay, let's do something that's the most challenging one, because I was sure that as an engineer that I want to move forward in the space of consumer electronics. That's what I found, that's my core area. Let's design it for a person with disability, where you put your full effort in making the product the perfect, where if it works well with a person with disability, it can work with anyone. So that's a longer statement, longer run idea. So that's how we started, and I pitched to the competition that happened in IIT Madras, and we won it. And following to that, there are a couple of more competitions that was conducted by Google, Microsoft. So I was sure that I spend my time in some valuable competitions. So when I say competition, it's not just for the cash prize or something, but it's kind of a validation and the boot camp and the mentorship support that we get. So that's when I started slowly turning from an engineer to an entrepreneur. And fortunately, we got incubated in IIT Madras, and we were able to get some grants to move towards the next phase. And here we are from 2020 to 2024, where we have made an head mouse where people are actually using it to control smart devices with just simple head movements. People working in banks, professors, to people working, able-bodied people working in IT companies who got their hands injured, who uses our head mouse. So it has been a journey where I had to unlearn a lot of things and learn a lot of things. So yeah, I'll talk more about in the following conversation.
Thank you. So come to Ben. Ben, I want you to look at it slightly differently. Now, all three of them started their ventures when they were in college or just out of college. This has been my experience too. 80% of the people who are doing innovations for disability happen to do something in college and then come out and then set up ventures. In the world, that part of the world that you are in, what has been your experience in about who gets into innovations for disability and what sort of people actually get into it?
Yeah, great question. So firstly, if you can't see me, my visual description, I'm a British male. I'm just over 6 feet tall, I've got short dark hair, and I'm wearing my assistive technology on my face, so I've got some prescription spectacles. I think it's great to hear the journeys of the ventures, and they all show thematically some similarities, but with obviously some nuanced experiences along the way. I I think, I mean, firstly, I think any entrepreneur has to be a little bit mad, because as a lifestyle choice, it's full of risks. It's not a steady job. And I think within assistive technology, that's made more difficult. And I'll get into why I think it's more difficult. But I kind of use the analogy of having a baby. So when you decide to have a baby, if I sat down with my wife and we said, right, let's write a business plan for this baby. Let's write the costs down. And that's quite easy, right? You know, we have to feed them, we have to fuel them, we have to educate them, you know, we have to look after them until they're in their early adult life. And then you look at the revenue, and there's nothing there. And I think we still have families, right? We still have families, so that's not a financial decision that's being made. So it's being made, there's something else that's driving you to do that. And I think moving into disability innovation and assistive technology, you've heard some stories, is not necessarily a financial decision. And the business case later on is important. But initially, it's about you, it's about why you're doing it, what your story is, your understanding of the problem, and there's lived experience up here that helps any entrepreneur to identify the problem.
Okay.
So I think firstly, I've got a lot of admiration for anyone taking that kind of step. I think in terms of the journeys that you've been through, the whole kind of being technical or being academic and then turning that into a business is a very typical story, but they're very different mindsets. And I think moving from one to the next is a journey of exploration. You need to make sure you have people around you, a support network that can help you do that. Hire people who are from business, complement your own skills. Hardware to software, really common theme, and a big challenge for anyone developing digital solutions. I've heard many ventures over the last 12 months tell me that hardware is just too difficult. We're going to go software, and then we're going to partner on the hardware. I know you haven't taken that route yet, but maybe that is kind of a channel for you. I think finally, just before I end, I think particularly within assistive technology and disability innovation, the need is very, very clear, and in some areas the data isn't great, but generally speaking, we can all point at the need for assistive technology with some confidence, but that doesn't translate into demand, and that's where turning an idea into a business, the process of doing that and understanding the market, understanding the need, where it is, and how you can address that demand, is super critical. But it sounds like everybody on the stage has managed to do that to a degree, so all credit to you.
Okay. So an interesting point that you touched upon, and I think, so typically as a startup goes with an idea, concept creates a prototype, and I'm sure most of you in your college project would have ended up with a prototype, right? And then you start to say, how do you make this as a workable product, and then you go to do this. In the startup world, when you go to commercial startups, they generally come to scale in about 4 to 5 years' time, but it's much longer in the disability space, maybe 10 years, 12 years, stretched on all ends, right? And till you go to the prototype and slightly beyond prototype, you can do it as an individual. Beyond a certain extent, you need to build a team. Not necessarily with complementary skills in business, but even on the technology side, you need to build a larger team to build the products, right? And I know that hiring is an issue in the regular startup world. There must have been a lot of challenges in hiring and building the tech team first, and then the business team in ventures that you have. So can you sort of list out what challenges you face and how is it that you tackled them? And you yourself said that you had to downsize to 5 from 20 and then start again, right? Almost afresh.
So I'll give you a perspective of when I joined. So when I said we downsized from 20 to 5 and we started the revamp of hours, that's the point where I entered in as well. I was previously working at Amazon in the contextual advertising space, and then I joined to lead the technical team here. So I'll take a step back just to explain how I think about a job, and that will give a perspective of these motivations itself. So I put it into 5 buckets. What is the problem space you're working on? What is the impact you can have? What is the compensation you get? What is the complexity of the problem? Who are the people you're working with? These 5 parameters, if you put that down and you kind of see where the weights of your interests go, are you more focused on getting compensation? And that's totally valid to do. Are you more interested in the problem space that you're solving? And once you put that down, that gives you a clear focus of what kind of company you want to work in. And that's sort of what led me to Aavas itself. And that, if you see as employees in Aavas, it's a common theme you would find. These are parents who have an autistic kid. These are parents who've been in the space for quite some time, who believe there's a gap in the space that continue of sorts. Hiring right now is, for example, right now we've gone back from 5 to 18 again as a team. And frankly, it's been luck also. People discovering us and then coming to us saying, hey, I like the problem that you're working on, I want to work with you, and we're collaborating with them. Traditional hiring does not as is work. I can't just go look for a software engineer and then come in, because the compensation we give is a no match for an Amazon or a Google. So we kind of have to find this balance of who's interested in that problem space and what impact can we give them with the role that we provide. What learning outcomes can we give them? Even if it's an engineer who's coming out of college, who's going to spend 3 years with us, what growth can I give him in his learning? And even if he's going to leave Aavas after some point, what can I do there? So if you're able to give that very clearly to them, then you're able to get them to join us of sorts. That's how we kind of approach hiring right now.
Okay.
So in our case, what happened was our 3 initial founders, we were all 3 techies. So once we completed our prototype, we validated, when we started to sell it, we started running into issues. All 3 are techies, we didn't know how to sell it. We decided to get a guy. We got a guy, we started looking for somebody senior, but the problem is, since our product was completely innovative and it needs to be sold through surgical markets, we couldn't find a reliable guy who could sell it. The entire market was filled with people who knew how to sell the product at the most cheapest rate to the end customer, while having the best commission to the players in between, the retailers as well as the wholesalers. Nobody was playing at the value war. Nobody could explain to the distributors and to the retailers how to transfer the knowledge of value to the end customer. So therefore, we always failed in that aspect. So instead of getting already somebody who's good at that, we decided to take a young salesperson. We trained them ourselves to start selling it. And that worked out better for us. It was not easily a scalable solution, but it was a working solution for us. And slowly I sort of upskilled myself to start getting into the business aspect from a techie, focused entirely on the business aspect of it. And that's how we managed our entire team that way.
Yeah. So it was 2 phases for us. The first, of course, the tech phase. It was pandemic 2020, it was pandemic, and we made sure that our focus shouldn't be on marketing or sales. Even though we had a prototype, we made sure that we don't take part in those activities. So fully focus was to bring the product to the market, and hence we invested in the tech team. Tech team, we were quite lucky to get some brilliant minds out there who was as energetic what a startup wants. As Vignesh told, there might not be a good compensation that we could provide as other companies could do, but we were able to find out people through LinkedIn references, mostly references, where we are able to hire the tech team. One thing what we didn't do is that a lot of people told that hire fast, fire fast, but that is something that we didn't follow in the sales team. The reason being that when it comes to the sales and the marketing, the business development side of it, when we hire some person, there is a certain amount of training time that we invest and the training time is at least 3 months to 4 months, and we should be making sure that we invest that time in the right person. So we actually went without any sales team for a few months as well in between, to make sure that we get the right person, where I was taking up the responsibility for the additional the gap of the sales team. But we made sure that we hired the right minds, not in a hurry to hire someone. So yes, the sales team hiring has been a little bit challenging, because this sector involves not a typical sales targets, numbers or something, but demand some strategic hiring. For example, we have a team called community management, whose sole responsibility is to stay in touch with community, because products like ours is not known. So their job is to go spread awareness, get in touch with all the people with disabilities, NGOs, rehab centers, schools, etc. Get them to know about the product. Because we have always observed that we don't need to push the product, because there is no competition. We have to just put out the value in front of them for them to choose or not. If it's in their agenda, they will definitely choose. We don't need to push that. So that's the type of strategic hiring that we went forward with.
Okay. Ben, any reflections from you?
Yeah, I think, your people are your raw materials and your ingredients, right? So I do hear what you're saying around taking time to find the right people and really investing to people. We see that works. I think being a startup, the perception is that everything has to move really quickly. And particularly when you start taking on investment, then you have to demonstrate traction, you have to meet targets. So there is that pressure to, hire fast, fire fast. But I think success comes from, growing at the right rate and really holding your space as an organization, not moving too quickly, really investing in your people, because they're similar to you at that stage. They're not necessarily drawn to a corporate environment. These are people that, are willing to take a risk. They believe in you, they believe in your idea. And that's the kind of environment that they're looking for. And you have to support them in that.
Okay. I think all three of them have told it in a very simple fashion, but having done hiring for very many years in startups in a lot of spaces, it's very difficult. Invariably, the hiring happens based on the aura of the founder, right? And you need to translate that very strongly to a new recruit. And it's not words. You must get the right vibes to be able to hire the person. And there are no ready-made databases to hire from. So the job is difficult, and I think it should not be probably seen as saying, we can do it. It is difficult, but have managed to do it very well, and that talks about the caliber of the entrepreneurs that we have here, right? Now, shifting to another part of the whole journey, any startup requires money, right? And you have a whole lot of people like angel investors, VC investors, and a bunch of those guys. And invariably, the disability-oriented enterprises don't fall in their radar easily, right? I know that Abbas has raised money, right? But they don't generally fall into that. So, how did you fund yourselves through this journey from prototype to market-ready product, and what is it that worked for you?
So it's a very it's a long story about how the funding happened. So we've done multiple things. So one, going from the prototype to the 2012 to 2016 parts, where the market was still not ready for it. We picked up service projects where we used to build software for other people as well. It takes away from the focus that you want to do as the company, but looking at the longer vision that it takes time to reach that, we've been doing that to fund development into this. And the pivot that we did, which is the English Learning App in the 2.1, that was the one that we raised money for, not for Aavas, because Aavas as a space, the market that is niche, it's very difficult for a VC to put money into. So we had to do a pivot to get more money in, to fund more developers in. So that sort of a thing we had to do. And at points you have to also compromise a little bit in the sense of looking at a longer term vision, saying in 5 years I can reach here, but with this year I have to take up something else just to bring that money in to keep my company afloat. So it's taken us almost 12 years for us to reach a point where we can sustain our own revenues. But it is difficult to kind of raise funds. The other aspect of raising funds is more of grants, where we apply for grants. I think when we restarted Aavas, we applied for a Millennium Alliance grant to kind of get it up and running, to kind of get it. So grants are one way you kind of raise money in. For VCs, one of the points is that what is the value add we give to the VC? They are interested in returns. Can we give returns at the same rate that they're looking for? So you also need to find the right kind of VC that is willing to put in the long haul and invest in that, believe in the idea, believe in the space, and put in that long haul. So it's difficult to find that, but if you do find that, then it works out well for you.
When we started our product, it was entirely tuned towards catering to disabled people, specifically people with unilateral amputation. It worked brilliantly for them, but it was a place where the number of people in India was very less. The available market was very less, and we had difficulties in getting funds. But at least for R&D purpose, we got a BIG grant from BIRAC initially. But as we started selling it, this was the problem we hit. But we knew it was possible for us to expand into other markets also. So we took a risk, and we took a 25 lakh convertible loan from one debt investor. We started with that, we started manufacturing the product and started selling. Simultaneously, what we had in mind was to develop a new design which would cater towards the rehabilitation market. People with pain issues, people who are recuperating from fractures, people who are recuperating after knee surgeries, ACL. So we targeted them too. So we made a new design which would target this market also. Now here we were left with a dilemma, because when the new design had to also cater to the needs of the disabled people also. But what we found is the new design did not work as much as before. But it turned out to be a business decision that they are still okay with that. The disabled people are still happy with it, not as much as the previous design, but still we were able to cater to an entirely new segment of market. And since we were able to target this medical market, we got an investment, and that's how we were able to fund our business.
So being a first-time entrepreneur with no experience either in families, or I was the first entrepreneur in the family, or no prior working experience as well, I was fortunate to be surrounded by good enablers. I think during the pandemic time, people started to show interest in the sector. And the beauty about social entrepreneurship is that that enablers give you that cushion that, okay, even if you fail slightly, there is always a scope for you to bounce back, because there is nothing big to lose, or nothing. There is chance to win big though. So we had no support of grants like the other companies. We had support of impact investors. So when you say impact investors, so I think that's the kind of right investment that we should all be looking for as AT companies, where the investors also believe in impact. I mean, I know that there are very less number of impact investors, but I think the vision would match if you focus purely on AT, and if you purely focus on social and entrepreneurship. I think impact investment would be the right, and that's what we also took. But still, we had always had an idea on focusing on the other alternative markets with the technology that we created. As I told, our technology has scope beyond just computer access with head movements, but even more. And that's something that I would talk to the other aspiring entrepreneurs to have, that have an alternative market when you create an AT that would be a plan B for you if at all the AT fails. So yeah.
Ben?
Yeah, very familiar stories. I think, again, the perception, I mean, if you Google the journey of a startup, you see a really nice linear path from, the earlier stage funding through to, capital, private capital coming in later, seeds, Series A, etc. And as you all know, it's not like that. It's non-linear, and it's very messy. And you have to present a very clean picture, if you're trying to take on investment. So the perception and the reality are two different things. And I think it's probably a question of timing, and also really understanding what the funding gap is. Because if you can fill that funding gap without giving away some of your business, then do it. But don't ever spend your own money, right? So I think, we had investors here on Thursday. You may have met them. And so when a startup reaches the point where they're seeking that kind of investment, and maybe contemplating whether or not to give away some equity, there were some really clear messages from the investors around what they do and don't invest in. They're all different, but they're investing in people first. They're investing in people that understand the problem that they're trying to solve. And they know if they get that right, the ideas will come. They may already have an amazing idea. They may have an idea that, it might need to pivot. You might need to shift to another solution. Then if you can demonstrate execution, really good execution, the ability to deliver is really important to the investor, as is showing, some traction where possible. I think the other side to this is, at an earlier stage, the investors, they do understand that business plans are typically still nonsense at that point. They always go up, number goes up. What they're trying to understand is if you can show a pathway to scale, a really common sense view of how your idea can scale in future. And they'll see the potential in that, and that's what they invest into. Yeah.
Okay. So on the funding side, though, I would say finding an impact investor is very difficult. Most impact investors end up being individuals, and the organized impact investing in India is actually regular investor in a different garb. Okay, their return expectations are no different from what they would want from any other enterprise. However, I thought in the West it is more evolved. There are foundations that want to be investors with very low return and looking at impact as a return and not financial returns. Unfortunately, in India, it is not yet developed well, where there is an ecosystem of impact funding by professional investors. We've been talking to a few people to try and build that kind of ecosystem for funding. Very nascent stages, but I think it'll take some time for us to be there, right? That's the part. I was thinking that one of the ways you talked about scale up is that how many of our products can go international, and is that a path to scale? And what are the thoughts of the startup on those fronts?
So at some level, I think you have to go international to get that money in, because the more mature markets, say the US or the Europe, are the places where you have insurance, you have funding for people to get these devices or get these softwares as well. So even in our case, for a large period of time, the sales in the US was funding our ability to scale in India. And I don't think there's any other way you can scale in India if the market is not ready yet. And usually when you start an AT company, the market isn't ready, and it takes time for the market to get ready. So I think it is important for companies to look at, for us it is software, much more easier to enter another market. Hardware might be a different hurdle. I think they might be able to give a better perspective of that. But with software, it's much more easier to look at the other countries and look at how we can scale into that, and that's how we've been doing that.
In our case, our product did not require any specific certification to be sold abroad. And majority of the crutches and these assistive devices in India, government is one of the biggest consumer. They're the one who funds the purchases. So in that cases, when we started selling a couple of our products abroad, we found it was much more easier because they valued the products much better than in India, because they looked at how can we get, in India they were mostly looking at how can we get the products at the lowest possible rate, but they did not value what the product has to offer much. That's what we sold. Or more, or maybe I could even say the value was not clearly delivered to them at a larger scale. At a smaller scale, we were easily able to. So we were also looking at how if we can do it abroad, but unfortunately due to again some manpower resources, we just couldn't do that. But I definitely would agree, scaling abroad will provide a much more better pathway in India itself.
I think the fundamental issue with selling AT in India is about awareness, especially digital tech like ours needs much more awareness. Like what are they going to do after getting apps like ours or products like Mousa? What are they going to do? They might know like 1, 2, 3 value addition points, but actually there are 100 more. So that's why you need to have different kind of strategies to sell in different countries. Of course, India is a very big consumer market, and you need to also focus on India. You can actually also focus on India, but provided that there is good funding, which we don't have. So that's the ultimate problem. And I think there is some kind of funding opportunities that are coming up in the later stage, but until that the company should survive, and we should sell abroad as well. And creating products outside India also pushes our limits when it comes to the quality, the aesthetics, the top notch, because people are ready to pay a premium price, and hence we push our quality to a very premium level where the value has been appreciated and well known. So that's a good way to scale up abroad, not just in terms of doing numbers, but also in terms of creating a very good quality of product.
Yeah. Ben, last words from.
Thank you. Again, it's an increasingly familiar story that we hear as an organisation that's been in this space for 8 years. Naturally, just the fundamental economics, pull many assistive technology ventures from lower resource settings into higher resource markets, which as a business model makes a lot of sense, right? You can also subsidize what you're doing regionally and kind of locally. I guess the kind of the tension there is that you're then probably solving for only 20% of the world's population of persons with disability. The other 80% are closer to home. So how you reconcile the business with the purpose that you started with, I'm sure is like a tension that you deal with every day. But yeah, for sure, it works. It works, and we're seeing this with ventures from sub-Saharan Africa making this model work really well. I think it's the translation back to a lower resource setting that is potentially the hardest challenge as a next move into scale for those ventures, but it is happening.
Yeah. So I think the two good things, which I definitely say, the first is cross-subsidy of markets that you talk about, is a very important way of funding maybe then we will see good volumes and we'll establish what my dream for 8 years, which is design in India, test and manufacture in India, and sell worldwide. And that, I think, is a pinnacle that we must achieve, and we are firmly poised to that. So with that, if there are any questions, I'll let the panel handle questions. Yes? Somebody raised a hand. Yeah. You need a
What about the supply chain of technology and products? That is the thing is, it comes under healthcare products. That's why can't we promote a channel through United Nations?
Yeah, I agree. That's why I said government-to-government interactions. Typically, it's a United Nations works only with the governments. They don't work, typically don't work directly. That would come under the government-to-government interaction or government to the international bodies. And as far as I know, because I've dealt with WHO and a few other organizations, and even the UN, for example, in India, will only work with state governments even for projects. They won't buy these products directly.
Regarding the technology?
Meaning, what do you have in mind?
No, regarding the technology, and if there is a change in the basic science and technology.
No, you're wanting to sell the technology, you're saying?
No, it has to be distributed globally, no?
So I didn't understand. One of you understood the question.
Suppose there is a change in the science and technology.
Oh, yeah?
That is how we are going to distribute that globally through universities or through that any other mode, through UN.
So I'll take that. It works different in different countries. Like, for example, in Europe, majority part of the Europe, the government, the insurance takes care of the purchase of assistive technologies. So they reach out to the manufacturing companies, and manufacturing companies supplies it. Same in the US. Little bit different, but there people buy off their own pocket as well. So it depends from countries to countries. Countries like in India, it mostly works on subsidies, where the companies has to subsidize in collaboration with other kind of philanthropy funds. So yeah, it depends from countries to countries on how it reaches the end user.
If there is a sensitive data regarding that, if it's something just like change in the atomic analogy, that is we try to use it only in that healthcare, but some country may use it for energy.
In the sense that the product is built as a whole to meet a certain purpose. I don't think it's very easy to change the purpose of what the device is meant for today. That's on one side. Secondly, if there is going to be data that is sensitive, like what you say, each country has their own policies on how sensitive data has to be handled. So,
no, from that scientific data only the technology evolves. Anybody can change it for any direction.
I'm not sure. I mean, then I would guess we should make products that cannot be changed by somebody outside the company is how I would. It should go as part of the design of the product.
You mean the technology or science?
No, in which case I don't get your question. You can take the mic.
Yes.
Take the mic.
Fundamental technology.
Like a fundamental scientific innovation then leads to a range of products or technologies that can be possible, I believe.
So I would say this, for example, most product innovations that come are not core scientific innovations. Core scientific innovation is done in the university, and they create practical applications for the technology, and then somebody picks it up and then builds products out of it. If you're saying, will a product company do core scientific inventions, it happens in large companies like IBM and all that. Startups don't do that, typically.
And I would like to also add, there is a large time gap between when a new scientific breakthrough has happened and also by the time it's actually implemented in practical applications, right? And by that time, this between this time gap, other countries will also get to know about this and they will start working on it also.
But it's still applications. It is not core scientific technology. Yeah. Okay. With this, I think we are running out of time. We'll have to close. So thanks from the panelists for expressing their views, and thank you for the audience for all the questions and all the participation. Thank you. Thanks, bye.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you had a fruitful and inspiring time at EMPOWER 2024. As we come to the end of yet another exciting and enriching conference, we have a few final moments together to reflect on the journey we have shared and to look ahead to what the future holds. To begin with, we now move on for the most anticipated moments, the announcement of the winners of Student Design Challenge. This challenge has showcased innovative solutions from the bright young minds aimed at making the world more inclusive. Without further delay, let's reveal the winner. And for this, I invite Dr. Amit Prakash, IIT Bangalore, and the SDC coordinator to announce the winners.
Okay, so it has been 3 days of wonderful coming together of ideas, coming together of minds, and wonderful discussions, wonderful platforms. The Student Design Challenge at EMPOWER was introduced 4 years back, 4 or 5 years back, and the intent behind introducing Student Design Challenge was the realization that we need more and more young and bright minds to come and experience this sector, to come and contribute to this sector. And we are very happy to note the participation we have seen from students across the country over the last 4 years. Some of the design ideas, some of the ideas and the prototypes that the students have actually come up with during the SDC in the previous years, they have gone on and converted them into let's say, if not MVPs, but definitely something that can be taken forward as innovative and good product solutions. This year, we again went ahead with the Student Design Challenge, and we are happy to note enthusiastic participation from students, largely engineering colleges this time. Earlier, we have also had participation from design and other colleges, but this year it was largely engineering colleges. And finally, there were 4 teams that made it to the finals. The process of the Student Design Challenge involves close to a month and a half, 2 months of close mentorship, multiple rounds of reviews, and I'm very thankful to all the mentors Dr. Anil Prabhakar, Dr. Arya Mohan, Dr. Arya of Nish, Arya Manoharan, Dr. Joseph of Nish, Dr. Namita Jacob had provided a problem statement, Dr. Vidya Ramkumar. So I'm very grateful, Dr. Nekram Upadhyay. So all of them had provided problem statements, all of them mentored wherever there were applications submitted for their problem statements. These teams over multiple rounds of reviews, and after that there were 4 finalists that got selected. All these finalists traveled to Empower and they presented before a jury of 5 people who can be considered to know a bit more about this sector. We had Mr. Mohan Sundaram, we had Dr. Lakshmi Mohan, we had Dr. Namita Jacob, and we had Dr. Gaurav Raheja. And I was also there as part of the jury. And we are very happy to announce that this time we had very less confusion in deciding who the winner is. And this, I remember last time was not as easy. This time there was a very clear-cut identification and a very unanimous decision amongst the jury members on who the winner would be. I will hand it over to Ms. Lekha here to announce the winners. We did not have as much clarity in terms of who the runners-up would be. But we have tried to see how to factor that in terms of the prizes that get awarded. But I must compliment all the 4 teams for the enthusiasm that they have shown, for the sensitivity that they have shown, for the rigor that actually went into the entire process, and for sustaining it over a period of 2 to 3 months. Because students at this stage, in today's times, are having something sustain over 2 to 3 months and continuously improve is something that we all want to see a lot more of. We do hope all these teams would take this forward, would consider taking whatever they have done forward, because they're all very promising. And all the jury members, many of the other Empower Steering Committee members, we are all available to provide any kind of support or assistance. Amongst all of us, we have different kinds of, let's say, areas of specialization. So we are all available to assist all the teams in terms of taking the ideas forward. We'll see if we can have a category next time where the previous SDC award winners, in terms of the progress that they have made, we could have institute an award or a recognition if the idea gets converted into some sort of a product. So with that, I'll hand it over to Ms. Lekha Nair to announce the winners. Thank you very much, and my congratulations to all the teams for all the ideas that they actually came up with. May I also request Professor Bala Krishnan and Dr. Suja, Professor Bala as the chair of the steering committee, Dr. Suja as the chair of the program committee, to come over and hand over the certificates to the winners and the runners.
Good evening all. So, the winners of Student Design Challenge 2024 are the team from IIT Kharagpur who have designed the product named Audify. Welcome team. Audify is a product that is used as a wearable device for hearing impaired. As Dr. Amit Prakash has announced, there is no first, second, or third runner-ups. All other teams are runner-ups. I will call upon each team. Now, please, team, come up on the stage and collect your certificates. The runner-up, team from BVRIT, who have designed the product called Anvita Kriya, that is a board game for autism spectrum disorders. Please come. Next team is also from IIT Kharagpur, who have designed robotic feeding arm. I invite the team to please come up on the stage and collect your certificates. One more team. Next runner-up, it's also a team from IIT Kharagpur. They have designed a cost-effective card transfer system for wheelchair users. I invite the team to please come up on the stage and collect the certificates.
Yeah, I forgot to mention the winners get a cash award of rupees 50,000, and all the runners, they get a cash award of 25,000 each.
Some of you can sit also, some of you can sit down.
Congratulations to all winners. Thank you, Professor Bala, and thank you, Professor Sujak.
Congratulations to all the winners. Your creativity and passion for innovation are truly inspiring. We look forward to seeing your ideas make a more real difference. Next, we would like to hear directly from you, the participants. Your feedback is invaluable, and we are eager to hear your thoughts and experience from this year's event. Requesting few participants to come forward and share your experience.
Hi all, am I audible? So on the onset, let me say that the 3-day conference gave me a wider perspective into the field of disability and also to the field of assistive technology, to the possibilities that were there, that is presently here, and future what we should expect. So a big thanks to the organizers, the volunteers, and all the people who work behind this to put it into a great success. So I've learned a lot of things, a lot of new things that I have got from this conference, which I'll be looking forward to improving my knowledge. I have a few suggestions to make to the organizers of Empower. That is mainly if a person who is able, who wants to walk from a point A to point B in the present scenario in India, it's very difficult that you might end up in a hole, in a place, a broken slab, or a broken road. So it's very difficult for people in the wheelchair to access the road, people who are blind to use walking spaces in India. So the next time, if possible, there should be government officials, IAS officials, who can bring about a change in that, because we should, when we are thinking about a solution, we should also consider all the aspects of that. It's not just creating a wheelchair that is motorized. We should also think how they can use it in the society, because that's what our goal is. So that's a suggestion. Second thing is the media aspect. There should be more media involvement in these programs, because the general public should know about all these facilities that are available. In person, I had experienced all this through the exhibition. I had gained knowledge about many things. So the public would be really interested to know more things about all this. That's from my side. Thank you all. Thanks.
If we have few more participants, we are eager to hear from your side. You can come forward, and mic can be, yeah, thank you.
Good evening all. I'm Praveena, Associate Professor from SRM Medical College, Chennai. And basically I'm an audiologist and speech language pathologist, and this is my first Empower conference. And last time I missed it in Chennai. And based on the feedback from people who have attended the resourceful, it was a resourceful conference for people with disability. And coming into this conference, I could see that how integrated this conference was, okay? And how, for example, she's signing and people are able to understand it. And this is a new experience for me. And the innovations that I observed here are really remarkable, and it's way a lot more to go, and bringing these technology to people, and that's where we have to work on. That is my opinion. And this is a wonderful conference, and thanks for the organizers, because it was niche. I had registered for the conference, and they are known for their reputation, and they are known for the way they organize the conference. Earlier, I have attended 9 years back, and thanks for the organizers to making it a pleasant experience. Thank you.
We would also like to listen from some of our volunteers, because if they have something to say, probably like it's a lifetime experience for them, having a variety of people they are handling and from different background. If any of the volunteers can share some of your thoughts, it would be really appreciated.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
So it was a very different experience for me. I was particularly engaged with blind, deaf-blind and blind communities. And during the conference, it was a really nice experience for me, as it opened my eyes to their inspiring resilience, their inspiring the support and the vibrant spirit and all. One memorable moment was that I actually didn't actually saw the tactile signing before. So the way the interpreters were signing using their hands was something I find really motivating. It made me kind of realize that communication has no boundaries. All it does matters is that if we have an idea, we have to communicate, irrespective of their communication boundaries and all. And I feel really proud to be a part of this Empower 2024, as I got to witness this amazing, I don't know what to tell it actually, this amazing moments and all. I think I will actually treasure these moments throughout my life as a rehabilitation professional. Thank you. Thank you once again, the organizers, for selecting me as a volunteer. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful feedback. It's so wonderful to know how impactful Empower 2024 has been. So with that, I am delighted to invite Dr. Sujake Kunnath, Executive Director, NISH, to give away her closing remark on Empower 2024.
So that was another assistive technology for vertical disability that I have. A very good evening to all. So I guess for the past 3 days, we had a very unique experience, because we know that every person is unique, and I guess that was a big learning that we had. And every interaction that we had for past 3 days was also unique. To me, the closing remarks came to my mind from some of the conversations that I had with various members, participants here. Not to name the person, but I was conversing with the steering committee members, and the conversation went on like this, that what he told me is that this conference was a feeling. So then we went on to elaborate that conversation a little more. He told me it is a unique feeling of empowerment and purpose. I took it on from there. The person is from design, so that is the reason why he could articulate it that way. And it is a feeling of purpose and empowerment. And I guess that was resonated with each one of us only because we had the end users being loud in this conference. So I guess moving ahead, we should have more participation from the end users as well. So this feeling can be aroused only when we see people using the technologies that we are developing. So thank you very much, Empower Steering Committee, for trusting us, allowing us to host this program. And it was our pleasure to take up this journey along with you. We had a lot of learning lessons as we moved, planning up this conference. And one of the very important lessons, I guess, that we learned in this conference was that leadership is an attitude of being responsible. This is one liner that I can talk about regarding what the whole of this conference was organized. We made various committees, we assigned tasks, but it was not micromanaged at all. People were assigned into the committees, and So that is where each one of them showed their leadership, and I would really want to congratulate each of the committee members, no matter whether it is steering committee, organizing committee, planning committee, internal committee, or whatever. Each one of them showed the power of leadership. Am I right? Do everybody agree with me? And no MBA required, nothing required, no managerial position, no administration required. It is just being responsible about what you have to do. And that is the attitude. Thank you very much, the entire team, for making this possible. So, I witnessed a lot of transformations here. To name a few, we had these conveners, including, I'm not going to name one person because everybody know who worked behind each of these. The conveners turned drastically into, transformed tremendously into event managers. Now I feel that Nish can take up probably an event management session as well. So thank you very much, the conveners and the co-conveners who put up this program, the entire coordinators. The next, coming to the venue committee. Venue committee, I guess, see, we had a lot of backlogs that was getting cleared just before this conference. So venue committee took up the initiative to negotiate with contractors, to take estimates. So that was a big learning because I guess these kind of things were never heard of or not even imagined, because we only knew how to deal with people in terms of their disability, their problems, nothing more than that. But there was a transformation, and thank you once again for building up that team and beautifully arranging all of that. Next, our plenary and workshop committee transformed themselves into an human resource management session. I guess we could write volumes of books. We won't require any management books on that. The plenary session and the workshop committee know how to deal with the human resource part of it, politely saying no, affirmatively saying yes. So these are big lessons, I guess, that we learned. The travel and accommodation committee, I guess, can now go for an Olympics to win, because that is the way in which that they were doing the marathon race. The food committee, I don't know the people are here or not, but the food committee, even the ISRO precision engineering department would fail there is what I know. I could see that the food committee meticulously watched each plate, the number of plates that is going outside. Thank you very much. The volunteer committee. What counseling more do you require to transform these students, volunteers, to do their best? A big congratulations to the volunteer committee as well. Reception, registration, and inaugural committee. I guess our Indian Airlines should learn from them. Thank you for the meticulous hard work that is put across by these committees. Media, publicity, and marketing, nailed it. We learned a lot of things, how to become social media influencers, skilled storytellers. I understand that, we have to have more media presence. That's what the feedback came in. But, we should think about that, and, we will revive on it as well. Industry exhibition committee, excellent business administrators. Thank you so much. We had a wonderful team putting up the stalls and a great participation. The student design challenge, I guess it had a remarkable coordination and very well organized, because we had so many ups and downs and changes happening, but nothing could stop from the purpose, was the entire concept about this. The sponsorship committee became excellent bankers. They would tell me where to get money from, the timing, the schedules of grants or the sponsorship that is coming. Thank you once again, the entire sponsorship committee. So last but not the least, the people who are going to feel the post-Empower syndrome is none other than the administration and finance, where I become a part of it. We are going to go through a post-Empower syndrome, solving the bills. So anyways, thank you once again for keeping a trust in us, joining us, and we are happy that maybe there was a few flaws, but we are welcome to change on that too as well. The sign language interpreters who helped throughout, that was, and the entire coordination, that's again about leadership. Thank you. Our housekeeping staff, I guess without them, nothing would have happened. They cleaned, I guess over the night they cleaned when we vacated the rooms, they cleaned the entire place. So thank you. Thank you for all of that. The security, the caretakers. I don't know whether I've left anybody, but all of these people who have come partnered with us, very well coordinated. I guess, there was absolutely no requirement of a communication to say twice a thing, because, we knew they understood us. That happened with the steering committee and the organizing committee as well. They mentored us, they took us in confidence, and, we performed great. Thank you so much. So as we pass this baton to Dr. Piyush Chanana, let us welcome him with a big applaud. I wanted to actually welcome him with a bouquet, but then, that was not really thought about. So let's think that, we have an invisible bouquet here that would go to him. So next we have it in IIT Delhi, and Dr. Piyush Chanana will be the organizing chair. And so as we leave, thank you once again for joining us. And we would want you all to come back again. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Piyush, and I'm part of Assistic Lab at IIT Delhi. And I'm here to make some important announcements for the next year. We witnessed inspiring talks, presentations, innovative ideas, a lot of things were shared over the last 3 days. I think a big round of applause for the NISH team for organizing all this. As we conclude this, let's not see this as an end, but rather a beginning to new collaborations, continued learning, and further advancements, which will lead to inclusion and empowerment in true sense. With this spirit, I'm thrilled to announce that Empower 2025 will be hosted at IIT Delhi by Assistic Lab. Very briefly, I'll talk about Assistic Lab for those, especially those who are not aware of the work that we do. So Assistic Lab was started by Professor Balakrishnan and Professor P.V.M. Rao with the inspiration of Dipendra sir way back in around 2005. And the focus was on with a vision that we want to empower persons with visual impairment. Initially, the focus was on developing solutions for mobility, and SmartCan and Onboard are one of those, few of those. Later we realized that education is equally important, because until and unless both these things are in place, you cannot expect a quality of life, improved quality of life. So then the focus shifted towards developing braille displays and tactile graphics through which images can become accessible for students with visual impairment. And that led to finally culmination as a startup, which with the name Raise Lines Foundation, which is a not-for-profit startup, and has been developing these tactile solutions for last 5-7 years now. Then came a realization that developing a solution is not sufficient, and if we really want to create an impact, we have to bring together the community, and that led to the start of Empower Conference in 2018. From there we moved on, and then a National Center of Assistive Health Technologies was set up in 2022, and around the similar timeline, iWay Plus was set up with a focus on making indoor environments more accessible. I'll talk about a little bit more about the National Center. So like we were developing solutions, assisted devices, which are very, very long-term projects, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years span. But we also realized sometimes solutions can be really, really simple. And that work is now being focused on, and a lot of simple solutions we are also developing. In addition to development of assistive technology, there is a major challenge that awareness is a huge gap. So a lot of focus on systematic spreading of awareness through campaigns, through focus effort on various dimensions. Then, no matter which assistive technology solution exists, the most important requirement is how a person would use it, and that knowledge needs to be created first and disseminated, be it use of mobile phone or be it use of accessibility features which are built into every laptop. So all these things needs to be created. Then mentoring and guidance, experience centers, and capacity building of various stakeholders, including special educators, etc. So that's what we do at the National Center at present. So with this, I would say on behalf of AssistTech, I formally invite you once again for the next year, where we'll continue to explore, innovate, and inspire. But are you sure that you will be joining us next year? Still not sure? So we have more reasons for you to join us. So you will get an opportunity to see a lot of historical monuments, various places of interest, rich historical history of the country. So you will get all this. Still not sufficient? You will get excellent food. Kachori, chaat, samosa, golgappas, what not, momos. So your cafes, so all that can be planned during your next visit. And if that is still not sufficient, you will get excellent opportunities for shopping. So I think this is sufficient for you everyone to join us for the next year. So thank you once again for being part of this incredible journey. Safe travel, and see you again next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Piyush, for that exciting glimpse into the Empower 2025. We are already looking forward to the next chapter in our journey of inclusivity and innovation. Finally, let us conclude this wonderful event. I request all of you to kindly rise for the national anthem.
भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा, द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा, उच्छल जलधि तरंगा, तब शुभ नामे जागे, तब शुभ आशीष गाहे तव जय गाथा। जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे